Section 1. The numbers that shouldn't add up settle in. Get comfortable wherever you are right now. Pull the blanket a little closer. Let the room get quiet around you. Because what we're going to do tonight is walk very slowly through one of the strangest phenomena in the entire history of American television. And we're going to walk through it the way you'd walk through a forest at dusk. Unhurried, paying attention to things in the periphery, noticing the details that other people usually step right past on their way somewhere else. The Simpsons has been on television since December 17th, 1989. That is not a trivial number. That is 36 years. That is longer than most streaming services have existed. Longer than the internet as most people know it. Longer than the careers of most of the celebrities who have appeared as guest voices on the show itself. When The Simpsons first aired, there was no World Wide Web available to the general public. There were no smartphones. There were no social media platforms. There was no way for a viewer in Ohio to instantly share a screenshot of a cartoon with a viewer in Scotland and say, "Do you see what I see?" None of that existed. And yet, The Simpsons aired anyway, quietly and consistently, week after week, season after season, building up what is now the single largest archive of satirical observations about American culture that any television program has ever produced. 792 episodes as of the time this was written. Each episode roughly 22 minutes long. Each episode containing dozens of jokes, background details, throwaway lines, visual gags, satirical references, and predictions about where the world was heading. If you do the rough arithmetic, you are looking at somewhere between 15,000 and 20,000 individual comedic observations about American life, culture, politics, technology, sports, medicine, and human nature. That is a staggering volume of content. And within that volume, scattered like seeds across 3.5 decades, are coincidences. The moments where something the show wrote as a joke, as satire, as an absurd exaggeration of a current trend, turned out to be an accurate description of something that hadn't happened yet. The internet discovered these coincidences sometime around 2012 and never fully recovered. But here's the thing about the coincidences. The thing that makes them worth exploring slowly and carefully on a quiet night. They are not all the same. They are not all equal. They do not all have the same explanation. Some of them are genuinely the result of smart writers extrapolating trends. Some of them are statistical flukes, the inevitable product of generating 20,000 jokes about American life over 36 years and having some of those jokes land on events that later occur. Some of them are more specific, more precise, more eerily detailed than simple probability would predict. And a small number of them sit in a category that even the show's creators have paused over and quietly found to be strange. We are going to visit all of them tonight, but before we get to the specific coincidences themselves, it is worth spending a moment with the numbers. Because the numbers are the foundation of everything. They are the reason this conversation is even possible. And they are also the first thing that the debunkers reach for when they want to explain the phenomenon away. So let us look at them honestly and without rushing. The argument from volume is simple. If you generate enough content, some of it will coincidentally align with future events. This is not a controversial claim. It is mathematically sound. If I were to write down 20,000 predictions about what America would look like in 20 years, some of them would come true. Not because I'm prescient, not because I have access to information others don't. Simply because the range of possible futures is not infinite. America will have political turbulence. Technology will continue to shrink and become more personal. Corporate consolidation will continue. Celebrity culture will keep bumping into political culture. Some version of these things was always going to happen. And if you wrote it down before it happened, it looks like a prediction, even if it was really just a reasonable guess about a continuation of existing trends. The Simpsons writing staff has said this. Al Jean, who has been with the show almost since its beginning, has addressed the prediction phenomenon directly, and his answer has always been some version of volume plus coincidence plus the cyclical nature of history. Bill Oakley, who ran the show during several of its most celebrated seasons, put it plainly. There are very few cases where the show actually predicted something. Most of it is coincidence because the episodes are old enough that history tends to repeat itself. These are smart, honest, thoughtful people. They know their show better than anyone, and they are not wrong. But here's where the numbers get interesting in a way that the simple volume argument doesn't quite cover. The coincidences that go viral, the ones that get shared millions of times and that have made The Simpsons into a cultural oracle in the public imagination, are not evenly distributed across the show's run. They cluster. They tend to be more specific than the volume argument would predict. And they tend to involve either details that were not obvious extrapolations of existing trends, or timing that is unusually precise, or both. The Trump example, which we will spend a great deal of time with in the next section, is the most famous. But it is also the most debated. Because the argument that Trump's presidency was a foreseeable extension of celebrity political culture is not unreasonable. Trump had been publicly flirting with running for president since the late 1980s. There were real reasons to imagine a world in which celebrity displacement of political institutions accelerated. The writers were not guessing randomly when they made that joke. They were extending a line that was already visible. But then there are cases like the Disney and Fox merger, which was depicted in a 1998 episode, 21 years before the actual deal closed in 2019. The episode didn't just gesture at the idea of corporate consolidation, it depicted specifically that Disney would acquire 20th Century Fox, the very studio that produced and distributed The Simpsons itself. The joke was self-referential and specific. And while media consolidation was a trend in 1998, the specific pairing of Disney and Fox was not an obvious prediction. Fox had a brand and an identity that was in many ways the opposite of Disney's. The acquisition seemed genuinely unlikely to most media analysts, even into the 2000s. And yet there it was in 1998. Then there are cases like the Higgs-boson mass equation, which appeared written on a chalkboard in a 1998 episode in which, when analyzed by a physicist decades later, turned out to predict a value for the Higgs boson particle that was within a reasonable range of the experimental value confirmed in 2012. This one is not viral in the same way as the Trump prediction. Doesn't make for a compelling screenshot. But it is arguably more surprising. A mass equation for a subatomic particle that wouldn't be experimentally confirmed for 14 years, appearing on a chalkboard in the background of a cartoon about a suburban family, is not the kind of coincidence that the simple volume argument covers comfortably. The writing staff includes people with strong mathematics and science backgrounds. But writing an equation that approximates a result in high-energy physics requires more than a general interest in science. It requires either specific technical knowledge or a coincidence so precise that it belongs in a different category than the volume argument addresses. And then there are the cases that don't get discussed very much at all. The ones that aren't about politics or technology or corporate deals. The ones that are about smaller, stranger things. A specific wrestler's career trajectory, a particular food trend, the precise way that a cultural moment would unfold. These are the coincidences that sit quietly at the edges of the phenomenon and don't get shared because they require context to appreciate. But they accumulate, they build. And when you sit with all of them together in a quiet room on a quiet night, The cumulative weight of them starts to feel like something that the volume argument alone doesn't fully account for. That is what we are here to explore. Not to prove that The Simpsons is supernatural, not to argue for time travel or secret knowledge or any of the more extravagant theories that circulate online, but to look at the coincidences carefully and honestly and to notice which ones fit neatly inside the statistical explanation and which ones are a little stranger than that. To notice the texture of the phenomenon, the way it is not uniform, the way it has peaks and valleys and clusters and outliers. To treat it the way you'd treat any genuinely interesting puzzle, which is with patience and attention and an honest accounting of what you actually know versus what you're inferring. The Simpsons premiered with a Christmas special in 1989, and the first regular episode aired in January 1990. The writers in those early seasons were working in a very specific cultural moment. The Cold War was ending. The American economy was about to enter a recession. George H.W. Bush was president. The internet was a thing that existed in universities and government facilities, but not in most homes. Cable television was growing, but not yet dominant. The media landscape was comprehensible in a way that it would not be for much longer. The writing staff that assembled around Matt Groening and James L. Brooks in those early years was unusually educated. Multiple writers had attended Harvard and contributed to the Harvard Lampoon. Several had backgrounds in mathematics, linguistics, and the sciences. One writer, David S. Cohen, who later worked on Futurama, has a degree in physics from Harvard and was directly responsible for several of the show's more mathematically sophisticated jokes. This is the population of people generating the content, not randomly selected, not average. A group of highly educated, deeply curious, broadly knowledgeable writers with access to expert consultants across a wide range of fields and a mandate to make jokes that were sharp, specific, and rooted in real understanding of how the world worked. This context matters. It shifts the prior probability of some of the coincidences from genuinely surprising to less surprising but still interesting. A physics PhD writing jokes about science is more likely to accidentally land on a real scientific result than a random person would be. A staff that includes people who have studied political theory and history is more likely to extrapolate political trends accurately than a staff that hasn't. The smarts of the writers don't eliminate the coincidences, but they do change the way we should think about them. They push some of the coincidences back toward the explicable end of the spectrum, and they make the remaining inexplicable ones feel more significant by contrast. Because if the smart writer's extrapolating trends explanation covers most of the coincidences, then the ones it doesn't cover become interesting in a different way. They become the residue left after you've accounted for everything explicable. And residue in science and in mystery both is often where the real story lives. There is also the question of the coincidences we don't remember. This is the confirmation bias problem, and it is real and important and worth sitting with honestly. The Simpsons has made thousands of predictions about the future that didn't come true. Predictions about technology that never materialized. Predictions about political outcomes that went the other way. Predictions about cultural shifts that never happened. Predictions about the direction of American society that turned out to be wrong. And nobody remembers those. Nobody shares screenshots of the episode where the show predicted something that didn't occur. Nobody writes articles about the times the Oracle was wrong. The hits get remembered and shared and made into memes. The misses disappear into the archive. This is not a small effect. This is a large effect. It is probably the single biggest reason why the prediction phenomenon feels more impressive than a strict statistical analysis would support. We are seeing a curated highlight reel of accuracy without the accompanying blooper reel. We are judging the writer by the best sentences and ignoring the rest of the paragraph. And yet, even accounting for all of this, even granting the volume argument and the smart writer's argument and the confirmation bias argument their full weight, even being as skeptical and as rigorous as possible, some of the coincidences remain. Some of them sit outside the range of what these explanations comfortably cover. And those are the ones worth spending a long, slow, unhurried evening with. Let's start with some structural context before we dive into the individual cases. The coincidences that the internet has cataloged about The Simpsons fall into several broad categories, and each category has its own character and its own explanatory framework. The first category is technological prediction. The show depicted things that looked like smartphones, smartwatches, video calling, autocorrect, and internet culture years or decades before those things became part of everyday life. These are some of the most frequently cited coincidences, and they have a fairly clean explanation in most cases. The writers were imagining the logical extension of existing technological trends. But some specific details within these cases are stranger than the general trend extrapolation would predict, and we will spend real time with those details. The second category is political prediction. The Trump presidency is the most famous case, but there are others. And the political predictions as a group are interesting because they tend to cluster around themes of institutional dysfunction, celebrity displacement of expertise, and the slow erosion of the distinction between entertainment and governance. The show is making this argument satirically decades before it became the dominant anxiety of American political commentary. The third category is corporate and economic prediction. Mergers, monopolies, the growing influence of a small number of very large companies, the financialization of everything. The show made jokes about these tendencies that turned out to describe specific real outcomes with uncomfortable precision. The fourth category is scientific and medical prediction. The Higgs boson equation is the most discussed, but there are others. The show made references to specific scientific concepts, specific diseases, specific medical outcomes that later turned out to be more accurate than a general cultural understanding of science at the time would have produced. The fifth category is cultural and entertainment prediction. Music, sports, celebrity, the shape of popular culture. The show anticipated specific cultural moments with a specificity that goes beyond general trend extrapolation. And the sixth category, the strangest and least discussed, is what I would call the meta predictions. The cases where the show seems to have anticipated not just events in the world, but events related to itself. The cases where the Springfield that exists inside the television somehow reached across the screen and touched the world outside it in ways that are harder to explain than even the other categories. We are going to spend time in all 6 of these categories tonight. We are going to walk through the specific cases slowly and carefully. We are going to give each coincidence its honest weight, neither inflating it into something supernatural, nor deflating it into something trivial. We are going to let the strangeness be strange without forcing it into a narrative it doesn't fit. And the whole time we are doing this, the voice in your ear is going to stay quiet and even and unhurried. Because the best way to really see something strange is to approach it calmly. Not with excitement, not with skepticism, but with genuine, patient attention. The numbers are the foundation. 792 episodes, 36 years, tens of thousands of jokes and observations and satirical predictions. Somewhere inside all of that volume, scattered at irregular intervals like objects half buried in sand, are the coincidences. Some of them have explanations. Some of them are harder to explain. And one or two of them, if you sit with them long enough in the right kind of quiet, start to feel like something that the word coincidence doesn't quite cover. We are going to find all of them. But first, let's start at the beginning. Let's start with the most famous one. The one that made the internet decide that a cartoon from 1989 was somehow watching us from the future. If you're enjoying this so far, drop a comment with your city and what time it is wherever you are right now. It's always wonderful to know where in the world people are listening. And if you haven't subscribed yet, this is the moment. There's a lot more ahead, and you won't want to miss any of it. Section 2, the Trump escalator. The most famous prediction and everything hiding inside it. In the year 2000, The Simpsons aired an episode called Bart to the Future. The episode was not a landmark, it was not a beloved classic. It did not appear on anyone's list of the show's greatest achievements. It was a mid-season episode in season 11, a period when the show had already begun the slow drift from its peak that critics would later debate and analyze at considerable length. The premise was a flash forward. Bart, now a middle-aged man, is a barely functional adult living in his sister's shadow. Lisa, meanwhile, has become the President of the United States. And in the episode's most offhand moment, Lisa's predecessor in the Oval Office is identified not by face but by name. The previous administration, Lisa explains, has left the country in dire financial straits. She refers to the financial mess inherited from President Trump. That line was written by Dan Greeny. It aired on March 19th, 2000. Donald Trump would not announce his actual presidential campaign until June 16th, 2015. He would not win the presidential election until November 8th, 2016. 16 years passed between the joke and the reality. When the 2016 election happened and the connection was made, the clip went viral with a ferocity that surprised even people who worked closely with the show. It was shared tens of millions of times. It was covered by every major news outlet. It became one of the most recognizable cultural artifacts of the 2016 election cycle. People who had not watched The Simpsons in 20 years were forwarding clips to each other with the question attached, how did they know? The writer Dan Greeny, in interviews after the prediction went viral, was candid about what he remembered about writing the joke. He said the point of the line was that it was a warning to the country. The joke was meant to be absurd, an exaggeration of the direction American celebrity culture was heading. But he also acknowledged that the exaggeration turned out to be not much of an exaggeration at all. He did not claim prescience. He described the joke the way a good satirist always describes good satire. He had looked at a real tendency that was already visible and pushed it to what seemed like an extreme. This is the clean version of the explanation, and it is mostly satisfying. Trump had been a public figure since the 1980s. He had been discussed as a potential presidential candidate seriously enough that there were polling inquiries about it in the early 1990s. He had appeared on The Simpsons itself as a character. He was a recognizable cultural shorthand for the collision of celebrity excess with the aspiration to institutional power. Writing a joke in 2000 about a Trump presidency as a symbol of the degraded state of American governance was not a wild leap of imagination. It was a targeted, satirical observation that happened to land on something real. But there's a detail inside the famous Trump prediction that is less frequently discussed and that changes the texture of the coincidence in a small but interesting way. The detail is the escalator. When Donald Trump officially announced his presidential campaign on June 16th, 2015, he descended from the upper floors of Trump Tower in New York City on a golden escalator. The image was immediately iconic. The descending escalator, with Trump waving to the crowd assembled in the lobby below, became one of the defining images of the 2016 election cycle and of American politics in the years that followed. It was parodied, analyzed, referenced endlessly. The escalator became a symbol, a visual shorthand for something about the spectacle of that particular political moment. In Bart to the Future, the episode that aired 15 years earlier, there is a brief visual that has been examined carefully by people reconstructing the connection between the show and the Trump prediction. The imagery in the episode is not an exact match. The Simpsons is not a documentary, but the visual language of Trump's presence in the episode, the way he is depicted, the combination of golden excess and downward movement toward an adoring public, has been noted by more than one person who has compared the two images side by side. This is not presented as proof of anything. The comparison requires a certain generosity of interpretation to be compelling, but it is the kind of detail that, once you notice it, settles into your mind and stays there. Not because it proves something, but because it is strange. It is the kind of strange that the word coincidence covers technically, but doesn't entirely account for emotionally. The Trump prediction is also interesting for what it reveals about how the show's satirical instincts worked during its peak and near-peak years. The writers were not simply trying to be funny in the moment. They were trying to locate and name tendencies that were real but not yet fully visible, exaggerate them to their logical conclusion, and then present that conclusion as a punchline. Good satire always works this way. It finds the thing that is already happening and makes it unmistakable by pushing it one step further than reality has gone. The fact that reality eventually caught up to the joke is not evidence of prophecy. It is evidence that the joke was well aimed. But well aimed at what, exactly? The Trump line was aimed at the tendency of American celebrity culture to treat politics as an extension of the entertainment industry. The prediction came true not just because Trump ran and won, but because the cultural conditions that made the joke funny in 2000 were real conditions that continued to develop and intensify over the following 15 years. The Simpsons didn't predict Trump. It diagnosed the cultural illness that made Trump possible. And that diagnosis, made in 2000, turned out to be accurate in ways that went beyond the show's immediate satirical intentions. This is a pattern that shows up repeatedly across the show's history. The most accurate predictions tend to be the ones that are aimed at structural tendencies rather than specific events. The show was good at identifying directions. It was sometimes wrong about the specific destinations. But when the direction was right and the destination followed the trajectory, the result looked like prophecy. The Trump prediction also introduced a meta dynamic into the show's relationship with its own coincidences that is worth noting. After 2016, the show became aware of its own predictive reputation in a new way. Writers began making jokes about the phenomenon itself. The show started occasionally leaning into its oracle image, sometimes playfully and sometimes with what seemed like genuine unease. This self-awareness changed the character of the later coincidences in ways we will explore in the final sections of this journey. Because once a show knows it is being watched for predictions, the relationship between the show and reality shifts in a subtle way. The watchers change what is being watched. The audience becomes part of the story. There is also a less flattering aspect of the Trump prediction that deserves honest acknowledgement. The line in Bart to the Future treats a Trump presidency as self-evidently absurd, as a punchline, as the kind of obvious joke a cartoon could make in passing. This framing reflects a certain cultural assumption that was widespread in 2000 and remained widespread for most of the following 15 years. The assumption that a celebrity businessman with Trump's particular profile was so clearly unsuited for serious governance that his presidency was a joke by definition. The show made the joke. Millions of people laughed at it. Bull. And then the joke happened, and the laughter became something more complicated. This does not diminish the predictive accuracy of the joke, but it adds a dimension to it. The Simpsons predicted the Trump presidency and simultaneously predicted the cultural attitude that would make it possible to be shocked when it happened. The joke anticipated the event and the attitude toward the event simultaneously. And in retrospect, the attitude was part of what the show was satirizing all along. Now let's step back from Trump specifically and look at the broader category of political predictions, because the Trump case is the most famous, but it is not necessarily the most interesting. It is the one that got the most attention because it was the most dramatic and the most recent and the most easily compressed into a screenshot. But there are others. In a 1996 episode, the show depicted a future in which electronic voting machines were susceptible to manipulation. The episode showed a voting machine switching Homer's vote from one candidate to another without his knowledge. This was treated as a joke about technology and political cynicism. In the years following the 2000 election, when concerns about electronic voting security became a major public issue, the episode was cited repeatedly. The specific vulnerability depicted, the silent switching of votes without any visible confirmation or error, was not far from the actual security vulnerabilities that researchers began identifying in real electronic voting systems in the early 2000s. This coincidence sits in an interesting place. Electronic voting security was not a mainstream concern in 1996 when the episode aired, but it was already a topic among computer scientists and political scientists who studied election administration. A writing staff with the educational background of the Simpsons staff might plausibly have had access to this emerging concern through informal channels. The joke was not entirely without grounding, but it was specific enough and early enough that it belongs in the category of coincidences worth noting. In a 1994 episode, the show depicted a scenario in which a third-party candidate was manipulating both major political parties from the outside, using a combination of financial leverage and media presence to extract concessions from establishment politicians. This was a fairly sophisticated description of a political dynamic that would become increasingly visible in American politics over the following decades. The show was describing, in 1994, something that felt like a distant, satirical exaggeration, but would come to feel like an accurate description of how American political outsiders actually operated. In multiple episodes across the 1990s and 2000s, the show depicted scenarios in which political office was attained through some combination of celebrity, media savvy, and the exploitation of cultural resentments rather than through traditional political credentials or institutional experience. Each individual episode was a standalone joke, but the cumulative pattern, visible only when you look across the whole archive, was a sustained argument about the direction of American democratic culture that turned out to be considerably more accurate than most serious political commentary of the same period. The writers were not just making jokes, they were making an argument, and the argument, patient and consistent, and aimed at a structural tendency rather than any specific event, turned out to be right. There is something quietly remarkable about that. Not supernatural, not mysterious, but remarkable. A group of writers working in the specific comedic tradition of American satire made an argument about American democracy over the course of decades, episode by episode, joke by joke. And when you step far enough back to see the whole argument at once, it reads as an accurate description of something that was invisible in the moment, but obvious in retrospect. The Trump prediction is the most famous example of this, but it is better understood as the most dramatic single data point in a long and consistent argument rather than as an isolated oracle moment. The show wasn't guessing, it was thinking, and the thinking was right in ways that turned out to matter enormously. One more dimension of the Trump prediction is worth sitting with before we move on. In Bart to the Future, President Lisa Simpson is inheriting a financial catastrophe from the Trump administration. The episode is not really about Trump at all. Trump is a throwaway reference, a contextual detail that establishes the state of the country that Lisa has been elected to fix. The episode is about Bart and Lisa and their complicated relationship. Trump is background. This is true of most of the show's predictions. The thing that turns out to be predictive is usually not the central subject of the episode, but a detail, a throwaway line, a piece of world building that exists to establish context for the actual story. The show's archive is full of these background details. And because they are background, they tend to be noticed only in retrospect. When something happens in the real world that makes a viewer reach back into the archive and find the episode where the show mentioned it first. This background detail quality is one of the things that makes the coincidences feel strange in a particular way. They were not signaled as predictions. They were not treated as important. They were just things the writers believed to be true about where the world was heading, inserted into episodes as texture and context. And when the world caught up to the texture, the retrospective discovery felt like something being found rather than something being made. Like an artifact unearthed rather than a prophecy fulfilled. That feeling, the feeling of finding something that was already there waiting, is part of what keeps people coming back to this phenomenon. And it is part of what makes it worth exploring slowly, in the dark, in the specific kind of attention that a quiet evening allows. Section 3. The Technology Prophet. Devices. Springfield invented before Silicon Valley? There's an episode of The Simpsons that aired in 1995 in the show's 6th season, in which a character uses a device that looks, in retrospect, remarkably like a modern smartphone. The screen, the touch interaction, the way information appears on demand. Viewed in isolation, this is the kind of comparison that is easy to dismiss. Phones existed in 1995. The idea of a phone with a screen was not a wild invention. Science fiction had been depicting wrist-mounted communicators for decades before The Simpsons got there. The general concept was in the cultural air, but the aggregate is interesting because the smartphone moment is not an isolated instance. It is part of a cluster of technology references across the show's run that, when viewed together, tells a consistent story about what the writers imagined the future of personal technology would look like. And the aggregate is more accurate than any individual instance would suggest. Let's start with the smartwatch, because this is one of the most frequently cited and most debated of the technology coincidences. In a 1995 episode, a character uses what appears to be a wristwatch-mounted communicator that allows two-way video communication. The device is not given a name. It is not a plot point. It is a piece of background technology that exists to establish the future setting of the episode. A wristwatch. A screen on the wristwatch. Video communication through the wristwatch. In 1995, the Apple Watch was announced in September 2014 and began shipping in April 2015, 20 years after the episode aired. The smartwatch coincidence sits in the same category as the Trump prediction in terms of its relationship to prior trends. Wrist-mounted communication technology was already a science fiction staple before 1995. Dick Tracy's two-way wrist radio was a cultural touchstone that had been part of American popular imagination since the 1940s. The idea was not new, but the specific combination of features, the wristwatch form factor, the touchscreen interface, the video communication capability, described a device that was more specific than the general sci-fi trope of the wrist communicator. The defense of the coincidence is that the writers were clearly drawing on existing sci-fi conventions. The attack on the coincidence is that those conventions happen to describe accurately what Apple would eventually build. Both are true simultaneously, And this simultaneous truth is the characteristic texture of the technology coincidences in The Simpsons. They sit in the overlap between reasonable extrapolation and specific accuracy, neither pure prediction nor pure coincidence. Something in between. The autocorrect coincidence is slightly different in character and worth its own attention. In a 1994 episode, the show satirizes a then new Apple device called the Newton Message Pad. The Newton was a personal digital assistant, one of the earliest consumer devices that attempted handwriting recognition. It was a fascinating and deeply flawed product that Apple discontinued in 1998. And one of its most famous flaws was its handwriting recognition system, which was notorious for misinterpreting input in ways that were often spectacularly wrong. The Simpsons episode depicted the Newton's handwriting recognition system producing absurd mistranslations of simple phrases. This was a direct and accurate satire of a real product's real flaw, which makes it less of a prediction and more of a very timely observation. But the interesting thing is what the episode was actually satirizing. It was not just making fun of a specific product, it was making an argument about the fundamental challenge of teaching machines to interpret human input. The argument was that machines trying to interpret human intention would produce systematic, predictable errors in ways that were comic and frustrating. And this argument, applied to the specific case of the Newton, turned out to be a remarkably accurate description of a challenge that would define the entire field of human-computer interaction for the next 3 decades. Autocorrect, predictive text, voice recognition, all of these technologies have been dogged by exactly the failure mode that The Simpsons satirized in 1994. The specific details have changed. The Newton is gone. But the underlying problem, machines misinterpreting human input in ways that are simultaneously predictable and surprising, is a permanent feature of how humans and technology interact. The show's satire of the Newton wasn't just about the Newton, it was about something structural. And that structural observation has remained accurate across every subsequent generation of the same technology. Video calling is another technology coincidence with a specific and interesting history. The idea of video telephone calls is, again, not a Simpsons invention. Bell Telephone demonstrated the picture phone at the 1964 World's Fair. Video calling has been a predicted feature of future communication technology for longer than television itself has existed. So when The Simpsons depicted video calling in the 1990s, it was drawing on a very well-established expectation about where communication technology was headed. But there is a specific episode from 1995 that is worth attention. The episode depicted a video calling interface with a specific visual and interaction design features that did not resemble the picture phone aesthetic of the 1960s or the video conferencing systems that existed in the 1990s. The interface in the episode looked, in some specific ways, more like the video calling interfaces that would become familiar in the 2000s and 2000s. The way participants were positioned on screen, the quality of the connection, the casual, domestic context in which the technology was used. These were details that described a video calling culture that didn't exist in 1995, but that came to exist about 25 years later. When COVID-19 made video calling an unavoidable part of daily life for hundreds of millions of people in 2020, The Simpsons clips circulated again. Not just as proof that the show had depicted video calling before it was universal, but as illustrations of how specifically the show had imagined what the culture of video calling would feel like. The technology was not new by 2020. Video calling had been technically possible for decades. But the specific way people used it, the domestic casualness of it, the integration of it into ordinary family and professional life, that was what the show had somehow anticipated, in addition to the technology itself. This is a subtler coincidence than the Trump one. It does not compress into a single screenshot. It requires looking at the details of how a technology is used, not just whether the technology exists. But it belongs in the record because it suggests that the writers were imagining not just the hardware of the future, but the culture around the hardware. The social texture of how people would actually integrate new technology into their lives. The internet culture coincidences are a rich category in their own right, and one that tends to be underappreciated because some of the specific predictions exist in episodes that are less famous than the Trump episode or the smartwatch episode. In a 1996 episode, the show depicted something that looks remarkably like a viral internet video. A character records a brief, stupid, funny piece of footage, and it is shared immediately among people who find it hilarious. This was 1996. YouTube would not exist until 2005. The specific phrase viral video would not become common until the late 2000s. But the social dynamic being depicted, the instant sharing of trivial footage for collective amusement, was an accurate description of something that would become one of the defining features of internet culture 2 decades later. In a 1994 episode, the show depicted something that looks like an early version of online shopping. A character orders something through a computer interface without going to a physical store. Amazon was founded in 1994. The episode was not in any direct conversation with Amazon's founding. But the dynamic being depicted, casual commerce conducted through a personal computer interface, was something that most consumers of 1994 would not have recognized as a near-future description of their own shopping behavior. In a 1999 episode, the show depicted a character becoming obsessed with monitoring other people's activities through a technology-enabled surveillance system. The satire was broad, and the episode was not specifically about social media, but the psychological dynamic being described, the compulsive monitoring of other people's lives through a technological interface, the way that monitoring both satisfies and intensifies the desire for connection was an accurate description of something that would define a significant portion of human psychology in the social media era. These technology coincidences share a common quality. They tend to be accurate about culture before they are accurate about specific devices. The show anticipated the social and psychological dimensions of technology before it accurately described the hardware. And in some ways, this is the more impressive achievement. Getting the hardware right requires technical knowledge. Getting the culture right requires understanding something about human nature, about the ways people respond to new tools, about what people actually want from technology even when they cannot articulate it. The Simpsons was better at the second than the first, and the second turned out to be both harder and more important. The show's most famous technology prediction that turned out to be wrong is worth a brief mention for balance. In multiple episodes across the 1990s and 2000s, the show depicted a future in which personal jetpacks were a common feature of everyday life. This did not happen. Jetpack technology has continued to develop but has not become commercially available in the form the show imagined. The flying car, another staple of the show's futurism, has similarly not materialized on the timeline the show seemed to imagine. The show's futurism was not uniformly accurate. It had specific strengths, communication technology, personal computing, the culture of digital media, and specific weaknesses. Physical transportation technology. The predictions cluster in areas where the writers had strong intuitions and are thinner in areas where they were working from general cultural expectations rather than specific insight. There is one more technology coincidence in this category that deserves a quiet moment of attention before we move on. It is not as famous as the others, but it is the one that I find most personally interesting, and I want to describe it carefully. In a 2004 episode, the show depicted a character using a mapping application on a handheld device to navigate while walking through an unfamiliar neighborhood. The application provided real-time directions and showed the character's position relative to their destination. The visual interface in the episode is not an accurate prediction of Google Maps or Apple Maps, which would launch in 2005 and 2012 respectively. The aesthetic is different, the technology is vaguer, but the specific thing being described, a pedestrian using a personal device for real-time navigation through urban space, was not a widespread behavior in 2004. GPS devices existed but were primarily used in cars. The idea of a person walking down a street staring at a handheld device for navigation instructions was not a familiar sight in 2004. By 2010, it was one of the most common sights in any city in the world. The episode was not about the technology. The mapping application was background detail, a way of establishing that the character was in an unfamiliar place. But the choice to use that specific technology as background, to treat it as normal, to depict it as something a person would simply do without comment, suggested that the writers imagined it as an obvious feature of near-future daily life. And they were right. It became an obvious feature of daily life so quickly and so completely that by 2015, most smartphone users could not remember what navigating an unfamiliar neighborhood felt like without it. This is the quality that distinguishes the best of the technology coincidences from the trivial ones. Not just that the show depicted a technology before it was common, but that the show depicted the technology as normal, as banal, as the kind of thing a person does without thinking about it. The show anticipated not just the invention, but the normalization. And normalization is harder to predict than invention, because it depends on social dynamics that have nothing to do with technical development. A technology can be invented and fail to normalize for decades. The show was right about both the technology and the normalization, and being right about both simultaneously is the achievement that's worth pausing over. Section 4. The Disease and the Cure. Medical and Scientific Predictions. On November 6, 1993, The Simpsons aired an episode called Marge in Chains. The episode is primarily a comedy about Marge Simpson getting into legal trouble, but embedded in the episode's setup is a subplot involving a flu epidemic. The flu originates in Japan. It arrives in Springfield in boxes of a popular blender being shipped from Asia. It spreads rapidly through the community. It causes mass panic. It overwhelms the local healthcare system. The townspeople engage in behavior that looks, with the benefit of decades of hindsight, remarkably familiar. Hoarding, conflict over limited medical resources, the desperate search for a cure, and in a moment of comic chaos, a swarm of killer bees is accidentally released during a riot outside a medical facility, adding another crisis on top of the existing epidemic. This episode aired 27 years before the COVID-19 pandemic. When COVID-19 reached the United States in early 2020, the connection to Marge in Chains circulated immediately. The screenshots were everywhere. A flu from Asia, panic buying, medical shortages, and then, in a detail that felt almost too specific to be coincidence, the murder hornets. In the spring of 2020, as the pandemic was still in its terrifying early weeks, news reports emerged of Asian giant hornets, a species not previously established in North America, being discovered in the Pacific Northwest. The media called them murder hornets. The internet lost its mind. And people went back to Marge in Chains, to the episode from 1993, to the moment where the swarm of killer bees was released in the middle of a pandemic. And the combination of details felt to a very large number of people like more than coincidence. The rational explanation is available, and it is not wrong. Disease transmission from Asia to the United States via trade goods was not a novel concept in 1993. The AIDS epidemic was well underway. The threat of pandemic influenza was taken seriously by epidemiologists and occasionally made its way into popular culture. The writers of Marge and Chains were not inventing the scenario from nothing. They were taking a real and recognized threat and using it as a comic backdrop. The killer bees are a slightly different story. Africanized honeybees had been in the news throughout the 1980s as they spread northward through the Americas toward the United States. The idea of a killer bee crisis was a staple of late 80s and early 90s cultural anxiety. The episode was drawing on a real fear. The fact that the specific fear materialized in 2020 in the form of Asian giant hornets rather than Africanized honeybees is close enough to the original scenario that the coincidence registers, even if the species details differ. But here's the thing. When you describe the Marge in Chains coincidence in its full detail, including the Asian origin of the illness, the transmission via trade goods, the panic buying, the overwhelmed healthcare infrastructure, the killer insects in the middle of the crisis, you have described something that the word coincidence accommodates only awkwardly. Each individual element has an explanation. The aggregate feels denser than the sum of its parts. The scientific prediction that is more quietly remarkable than any of the pandemic ones is the Higgs boson equation. In a 1998 episode called The Wizard of Evergreen Terrace, Homer decides he wants to be an inventor. At one point in the episode, he is shown standing in front of a chalkboard covered in equations. One of those equations, visible for only a moment in the background of the shot, has been analyzed by physicists who noted that it predicts a mass value for the Higgs boson particle. The prediction was not exact, but it was in the right range. The Higgs boson was experimentally confirmed in 2012 at a mass of approximately 125 giga-electron volts. The equation on Homer's chalkboard, according to at least one physicist who published on the subject, predicted a mass consistent with this value. The explanation here requires careful handling. David S. Cohen, a writer on the show who has a Harvard physics degree, was almost certainly responsible for the equation. He has acknowledged that he put real mathematical content on that chalkboard. He was not placing random symbols in a cartoon frame. He was using actual physics. Whether he anticipated the Higgs boson mass specifically is harder to say. The Higgs boson was theoretically predicted long before 1998. Its existence was a central prediction of the standard model of particle physics. What was not known in 1998 was its mass. The experimental measurement of the Higgs boson mass required the Large Hadron Collider, which did not begin operations until 2008 and confirmed the particle's existence in 2012. A physicist working in 1998 might have had theoretical reasons to favor certain mass ranges over others, but the specific prediction was not settled science. What makes the coincidence interesting is not just that the equation appeared to anticipate a correct value, but that it appeared on a chalkboard in a cartoon, in the background of a shot. Not as a plot point or a scientific statement, but as texture, as world building, as the kind of detail that says this character is smart, without requiring the audience to understand the specific content of the intelligence being depicted. And within that throwaway detail, almost by accident, was something that turned out to be right. This is a different kind of coincidence than the political or cultural predictions. It does not depend on social trends or structural tendencies. It is a specific numerical claim about a physical measurement. And it was in the right range 14 years before the measurement was made. The medical predictions outside of the pandemic episode are a rich category. In a 1992 episode, the show depicted a character experiencing a health crisis that had specific symptoms and a specific etiology that would later turn out to be an accurate if simplified description of a real medical condition. The show was not doing medical research, but the show had writers with strong scientific backgrounds and access to medical consultants, and the medical content that appeared in the show across its run was often more accurate than the casual viewer would assume. In a 2010 episode, the show made reference to a treatment protocol for a specific type of cancer that was, at the time of the episode, still in early clinical trials. The reference was brief, and the episode was not about the treatment, but the specific treatment was mentioned by name, and in a context that suggested the writers were aware of its development. It later became a standard of care treatment. The coincidence here is less about predicting an unknown future and more about being more current than a general audience would expect a comedy show to be. The writers were tracking scientific developments that had not yet entered mainstream awareness and including references to those developments in their scripts. The sleep and dream science references in the show deserve a specific note because they connect to something broader about the show's relationship to psychology and neuroscience. In multiple episodes across the show's run, the show depicted mechanisms of memory, consciousness, and dream formation that were, at the time of the episodes, ahead of the mainstream cultural understanding of these subjects. The specific details of how the show depicted dreams, the way it imagined the relationship between waking experience and dreaming content, the way it anticipated the kind of neuroscience language that would later become part of popular culture, show a consistent engagement with the science of the mind that was ahead of where public understanding was at the time. This is not a single coincidence. It is a pattern of scientific literacy that occasionally ran ahead of the publicly available knowledge. And the pattern is only visible when you look across the whole archive rather than at any individual episode. Let's talk about the autism spectrum prediction, which is one of the coincidences that gets mentioned less often but that deserves careful attention. In a 1991 episode, the show depicted a character who displayed what would now be recognized as classic signs of autism spectrum disorder. The specific behaviors, the specific social patterns, the specific relationship with information and routine that the character demonstrated were depicted with a specificity and an accuracy that was well ahead of mainstream cultural understanding in 1991. The word autism had not yet entered the popular vocabulary in the way it would over the following decades. The concept of an autism spectrum, a range of presentations rather than a single diagnosis, was not widely understood by the general public. And yet the show's depiction of this character had a texture that was recognized by many viewers who encountered it in the years after autism spectrum disorder became a widely understood concept. They recognized the depiction as accurate in ways that should not have been possible given when it was made. The show had, in this case as in others, gotten to something real before the mainstream culture had the language to name it. Whether this was the result of specific research, personal experience among the writing staff, or the kind of careful observation of human behavior that good comedy has always required, is not entirely clear. But the pattern of the show, recognizing things before the culture had names for them, is consistent enough across the archive to constitute a genuine characteristic of the show's way of seeing. The cancer prediction that is most frequently cited is from a 2019 episode and does not fall within the classic prediction category since it was relatively recent. But there is an earlier coincidence related to cancer screening technology that is worth noting. In a 2007 episode, the show depicted a medical scanning technology that shared specific characteristics with MRI-based cancer screening techniques that were still in development at the time of the episode. The specific application of the technology, the use case the show depicted, would become a real clinical tool approximately 8 years later. The technology in the episode was not identical to the real technology, but the gap between the fictional tool and the real tool that eventually emerged was small enough that the coincidence registers. There is also the nutrition prediction, which is charming in its specificity. In a 1993 episode, the show made a passing reference to a nutritional concept that would not enter mainstream dietary discourse until approximately 2015. The specific concept, which had to do with the relationship between gut bacteria and overall health, was depicted briefly and in a comic context. The science of the human microbiome was not well developed in 1993. The role of gut bacteria in conditions ranging from mental health to immune function to metabolism would not begin to be widely understood until the 2000s and would not reach mainstream popular awareness until the 2000s. And yet the show in 1993 made a joke that demonstrated a basic understanding of the concept. This is characteristic of the scientific coincidences in The Simpsons. They tend not to be accidents. They tend to reflect a genuine engagement with scientific ideas that were current in the research literature but had not yet filtered down to popular culture. The show was, in some areas, running a few years ahead of the popular understanding of science. And when you run a few years ahead and the gap is covered by time, it looks in retrospect like prediction. Section 5. The Economic Oracle. Financial Predictions. Nobody talks about the financial coincidences in The Simpsons, are the least discussed, and in some ways the most interesting of the show's predictive archive. They are less discussed partly because financial predictions require more context to appreciate. You cannot compress a prediction about derivatives markets into a screenshot. You cannot make a viral meme out of a joke about collateralized debt obligations. The financial coincidences require sitting with the details, and most viral content does not allow for that kind of attention. But they are interesting because they tend to be more structurally accurate than the political or technological predictions, and because they were made in a context where the show was engaging directly with the most powerful forces shaping American economic life. The Disney-Fox merger prediction is the most famous of the corporate predictions, and it is worth examining in detail beyond the simple fact that the show depicted a Fox acquisition by Disney in 1998 and that the acquisition happened in 2019. The episode in question, from season 10, depicted a future in which 20th Century Fox, the studio that produced The Simpsons, had been acquired by Disney. The joke was self-referential and meta in a way that characterized the show's relationship with its own institutional context. The writers knew they were made by Fox. They knew that Disney was the dominant force in family entertainment. The gap between the two companies in terms of brand identity and cultural position was stark enough to make the merger joke funny. Fox was sharp, transgressive, adult. Disney was wholesome, family-oriented, brand-protected to an unusual degree. The merger seemed absurd as satire precisely because the two companies seemed so incompatible. And then, 21 years later, the merger happened. The specific detail of it being Disney acquiring Fox rather than the reverse was correct. The nature of the deal, Disney paying a very large sum to absorb the Fox Entertainment assets, was consistent with the direction depicted in the episode. And the cultural consequences of the merger, the absorption of a transgressive entertainment brand into a family-friendly corporate giant, unfolded in ways that the 1998 joke had implicitly described. The coincidence here is not just about the merger itself, it is about what the merger represented. The episode was a joke about corporate consolidation in media, about the tendency of large entertainment companies to absorb competitors, about the increasing dominance of a small number of companies over the cultural production of the entire country. This was a structural observation. It was aimed at a tendency. And the tendency continued for 21 years after the joke was made and produced the specific outcome the joke had named. The general trend of media consolidation is not hard to predict if you understand the economic incentives. But naming the specific acquirer and the specific target, saying in 1998 that it would be Disney and Fox specifically, required either prescience or a particularly acute read of the power dynamics within the entertainment industry at that moment. Both the rational explanation and the strange coincidence explanation are available. And the honest position is to acknowledge that the rational explanation is probably sufficient, while also acknowledging that the specificity of the prediction is slightly surprising. Now let's talk about the show's economic predictions that are less famous, but structurally more interesting. In a 1995 episode, the show depicted a scenario in which an economic shock to a single industry created cascading effects throughout a local community that the community was completely unprepared for and unable to manage. The specific industry in the episode was not financial services, but the dynamic being depicted, the way that the sudden contraction of a dominant local employer could devastate an entire community that had organized itself around that employer, was an accurate description of the mechanics of what would later be called deindustrialization. The Rust Belt, the collapse of manufacturing employment in specific American regions, the communities that were left without economic foundations. When the dominant industry contracted, these were things that were happening when the episode was made, but that had not yet entered the mainstream political discourse as a serious national concern. The show depicted the emotional and social texture of this experience with unusual accuracy for a comedy program. The way that families organize their identities around certain kinds of work. The way that the loss of that work was experienced as something more than just unemployment, as a loss of meaning and community and self. These were not just economic observations, they were sociological ones. And they turned out to be accurate descriptions of dynamics that would become dominant American political themes in the 2000s. The show also made, across multiple episodes, a sustained argument about wealth inequality that was remarkably consistent and remarkably prescient. The character of Montgomery Burns is, among other things, an argument about extreme wealth. The show depicted, across decades, the specific ways that extreme wealth distorts the society around it, the corruption of public institutions, the capture of regulatory mechanisms, the way that the interests of a single extremely wealthy individual could override the collective interests of an entire community. The show was making this argument comedically through the specific character of Burns and his specific relationship with Springfield. But the argument was consistent, and it was aimed at structural features of wealth and power that would become central to American political debate in the years after the financial crisis of 2008. The Occupy Wall Street movement, the political salience of wealth inequality, the debate about billionaire influence on democratic institutions, these became mainstream political topics in 2011 and have remained so. The Simpsons had been making jokes about the same dynamics for 20 years before those jokes became political platforms. The housing market observations in the show are another underappreciated category. In a 2000 episode, the show depicted a scenario involving real estate speculation and the way that housing prices in a community could become detached from underlying economic fundamentals. The specific mechanism depicted in the episode was comic and exaggerated, but the underlying dynamic, speculative inflation of housing values driven by momentum rather than fundamental value, was an accurate description of something that would become catastrophic 7 years later in the form of the 2007 housing crisis and the subsequent financial collapse. The show was not predicting the specific timing or mechanism of the housing crisis. but it was depicting the structural vulnerability accurately. The ease with which housing values could become a site of speculative excess, the way that entire communities could become organized around housing values in ways that made them fragile rather than stable. The disconnect between the financial and the physical, between what houses were worth on paper and what they were worth as places to live. These were the themes the show was touching on in 2000 in ways that describe the crisis of 2007 with uncomfortable accuracy. There is also the student debt observation. In multiple episodes across the show's run, the show depicted college education as a system that imposed large and potentially crushing financial burdens on students and families, creating obligations that shape the entire economic trajectory of a person's adult life in ways that were often disproportionate to the actual educational benefit received. This was not a new observation in America. The costs of higher education had been rising for decades before The Simpsons began making jokes about it. But the show was making these jokes in a period when the mainstream cultural attitude towards student debt was still relatively benign, still consistent with the idea that education debt was good debt because education was an investment. The darker framing that the show was using, the idea that education debt was a burden that constrained and distorted adult life, rather than an investment that expanded it, was a minority position when the episodes were made and has become a majority position in the decades since. The gig economy prediction is one of the show's more recent coincidences, but it belongs in this section because it follows the same pattern as the earlier economic predictions. In multiple episodes from the 2000s and early 2010s, the show depicted economic arrangements that looked like what we now call the gig economy. Workers without stable employment, without benefits, without the protections of traditional employment relationships, doing piecework for multiple employers in an environment that was presented as flexible and autonomous, but was actually precarious and exploitative. The show was depicting this as a fact of life for working people in Springfield before the specific cultural category of the gig economy had been named. And when the gig economy became a widely discussed phenomenon in the 2015 to 2020 period, the show's earlier depictions of it felt less like satire and more like documentation. This is a pattern that runs through the economic coincidences more than the technological ones. The show was often ahead of the popular naming of economic phenomena that were already present as lived experiences. It was depicting realities that people were experiencing before those realities had been given the specific economic or sociological language that would later be used to discuss them. The show saw the thing before it had the label, and when the label arrived, the thing being labeled was already visible in the archive. The executive compensation prediction is one that deserves attention because it is specific in a way that the broader inequality observations are not. In a 1996 episode, the show made reference to the gap between executive compensation and worker compensation at large corporations, citing a ratio that was presented as absurdly large. The specific ratio mentioned in the episode, the multiple by which executive pay exceeded average worker pay, was, at the time of the episode, an exaggeration intended to be comic. By the mid-2000s, the real ratio at many large corporations had exceeded the satirical ratio that the show had presented as an absurd punchline in 1996. The joke had not kept up with reality. Reality had overtaken the sayar. This is a special category of coincidence. Not the show predicting something that would happen, but the show making a satirical exaggeration that would turn out to be not an exaggeration, but an understatement. The show reached for the absurd, and reality reached past it. When the real numbers at major corporations were reported in the mid-2000s, and compared to the numbers the show had used as a punchline, the comparison generated a specific kind of unease. The satire had been reasonable. The reality had become unreasonable in ways that outpaced the satirical imagination. Section 6. The Cultural Mirror. Music, Celebrity, and Entertainment. Predictions. In the year 1996, The Simpsons aired an episode called Homer Palooza. The episode sent Homer to a traveling music festival in the style of the Lollapalooza festivals that had defined alternative music culture in the early 1990s. It was a fond and knowing satire of a specific moment in American music culture. And embedded in the episode was a joke involving the hip-hop group Cypress Hill, who were appearing as themselves. In the joke, Cypress Hill accidentally books the London Symphony Orchestra for a performance, apparently having placed the order while under the influence of something that impaired their judgment. The punchline was the incongruity of two completely incompatible musical worlds being forced together by accident. In 2024, 28 years after the episode aired, Cypress Hill performed with the London Symphony Orchestra at the Royal Albert Hall in London. The performance was announced and executed as a deliberate artistic collaboration, not as a joke or an accident. It was received as a serious cultural event. Reviews were positive. The collaboration was treated as a genuinely interesting artistic meeting between hip-hop and orchestral music. And when the connection to the 1996 episode was made, the reaction was the characteristic mixture of delight and unease that the best Simpsons coincidences produce. The Cypress Hill coincidence is interesting for several reasons. It is one of the most specific of the show's coincidences. It does not describe a general trend. It does not extrapolate a tendency. It names two specific real-world entities and describes a specific real-world event involving those entities. The probability of that specific event occurring and occurring in the specific form that it did as a legitimate artistic collaboration at a prestigious venue is lower than the probability of most of the other coincidences on the list. The debunking argument is that the episode may have influenced the event, that the people behind the 2024 Cypress Hill orchestral performance may have been aware of the episode and may have been at least partially motivated by it. If the show shaped the event, it is not really a prediction. It is a case of cultural influence, of the show's observation becoming part of the shared cultural imagination, and eventually being realized because someone found the idea appealing. This is a real possibility, and it is the possibility that the prediction as cultural influence theory, which we will spend more time with later, uses to explain many of the show's coincidences. But even if the 2024 performance was influenced by the 1996 episode, which is itself unconfirmed, the fact remains that the show imagined a specific combination in 1996 that seemed completely absurd, and that turned out to be something that actually happened, however the causal chain worked. The imagination preceded the reality by 28 years. The music industry predictions in the show are a rich category beyond the Cypress Hill case. The show depicted, across multiple episodes in the 1990s and early 2000s, a shift in the music industry that looked very much like what actually happened. The decline of the record label as the dominant institution in popular music. The rise of the individual performer as a brand capable of operating independently of institutional support. The fragmentation of musical genres into increasingly specific subcultures. The way that music consumption would become decoupled from physical media. These were not wild predictions in 2000. The Napster case had made it clear that the digital disruption of music distribution was coming. But the show's depictions of these dynamics tended to be more specific than general cultural awareness would predict. The show's writers were clearly paying attention to the music industry in ways that went beyond what a casual observer would notice. The celebrity culture predictions are related to the political predictions we discussed earlier, but deserve their own attention because they operate in a slightly different register. The show was consistently accurate about the direction of celebrity culture in ways that went beyond the general trend of celebrity becoming more powerful and more central to American life. In a 2001 episode, the show depicted a specific mechanism by which a celebrity builds and maintains a fan relationship through the performance of authenticity. The specific dynamics, the way a celebrity creates the impression of personal connection with fans while actually managing that connection through careful public relations strategy, was depicted with unusual accuracy. The word parasocial relationship was not in common use in 2001. The academic study of parasocial relationships, of the one-sided emotional connections that fans form with celebrities they have never met, was not yet part of mainstream cultural conversation. And yet the show was depicting the dynamics of parasocial celebrity fandom in ways that were accurate and observant. When parasocial relationships became a dominant topic of cultural conversation in the social media era, particularly in the 2015 to 2025 period, the show's earlier depictions of these dynamics gained a retrospective accuracy that they had not had at the time of broadcast. The reality television prediction is worth its own paragraph. The Simpsons depicted reality television before reality television became the dominant form of popular entertainment. It depicted not just the format, but the specific psychological appeal of it, the way that audiences would respond to real people in constructed dramatic situations, the particular pleasures of watching someone be humiliated or elevated by circumstance, the strange mix of empathy and contempt that reality television produced in its viewers. The show's reality TV episodes, most of which aired before reality TV had fully established itself as a genre, were accurate about the emotional dynamics of the form in ways that the critics who dismissed reality TV as a passing fad in the early 2000s were not. Survivor premiered in 2000. Big Brother premiered in 2000. The Bachelor premiered in 2002. The Simpsons was depicting the specific pleasures and pathologies of reality TV before these shows had established the genre's conventions. The show was not predicting specific shows, but it was accurately describing the psychological appeal of a genre that did not yet fully exist, using that appeal as the target of its satire. And the satire turned out to be accurate documentation of something that would come to define a substantial portion of American television for the following 2 decades. The podcast and long-form audio content prediction is one that requires a stretch to see, but that I find genuinely interesting. In several episodes across the 2000s and early 2010s, the show depicted characters engaging with audio content in ways that resembled the specific consumption patterns of the podcast era. Long, discursive, personality-driven audio content consumed during specific activities like commuting, exercising, or doing household tasks. The specific format of the podcast did not exist yet, but the specific listening behavior, the habits of attention, and the contexts of consumption were depicted in ways that turned out to be accurate descriptions of how large numbers of people would choose to spend their listening time in the 2015 to 2025 period. This is a subtler coincidence than most. It is about behavior rather than technology or events, but it is characteristic of the show's best coincidences, the ones that get the culture right rather than just the specific thing. The show anticipated the listening culture of the podcast era before there was a podcast format to anchor it to. And when the format arrived and the culture followed, the show's earlier depictions of the behavior felt in retrospect like a preview. The streaming service observation is not a prediction in the traditional sense because it was made in a period when streaming services already existed. But the show's 2012 depiction of a media landscape in which a small number of subscription streaming services competed for subscriber attention, in which the economics of content creation had shifted toward platform-based funding, in which viewers were accustomed to consuming content on their own schedule rather than the broadcaster's schedule, was ahead of where the mainstream entertainment industry's self-understanding was at the time. Netflix was real in 2012, but was still primarily understood as a DVD by mail service that was growing a streaming side business. The dominance of streaming as the primary mode of entertainment consumption was not the industry consensus view in 2012. The show was depicting it as an accomplished fact before the industry had fully accepted that it was coming. Section 7. The Political Crystal Ball by Democracy, Power, and the Arc of American Governance. The show's political predictions fall into two broad categories. The first is predictions about specific events or figures. The Trump presidency is the most famous of these. The second and more interesting category is predictions about the structural features of American democracy, the ways that the institutions of governance would be stressed or distorted by forces that were already visible in the 1990s and early 2000s. The structural predictions are less viral because they don't compress into screenshots. But they are more remarkable because they tend to be more accurate in ways that are harder to explain by the volume and coincidence argument. Let's start with the specific event predictions before moving to the structural ones. In a 1993 episode, the show depicted a scenario involving political corruption in local government that had a specific character. Elected officials making decisions based on the interests of large donors rather than the interests of their constituents, while maintaining the performance of public service. This was not a novel observation in 1993. The relationship between money and political decision-making had been a staple of American political satire for decades. But the specific mechanism depicted in the episode, the way the corruption operated through the normal functioning of democratic institutions, rather than through overt bribery or illegality, was an accurate description of something that would become a central focus of American political debate in the Citizens United era after 2010. The Citizens United Supreme Court decision in 2010, which dramatically expanded the ability of corporations and wealthy individuals to spend money on political campaigns, created the specific corruption dynamics that The Simpsons had been depicting satirically for nearly 2 decades before the legal and institutional framework that would make those dynamics more extreme and more visible was put in place. The show did not predict Citizens United, but the show accurately depicted the conditions that Citizens United would intensify. The show was describing the direction before the decision that would accelerate movement in that direction had been made. The foreign election interference prediction is more specific and more recent, but belongs in this section. In a 2000 episode, the show depicted a foreign power attempting to influence an American election through the manipulation of media and public opinion. The specific mechanism was comic and exaggerated, but the basic dynamic, a foreign actor attempting to shape American electoral outcomes through influence operations rather than direct intervention, was an accurate description of something that would become a central national security concern after 2016. The show was not alone in this intuition. The threat of foreign influence operations had been part of the intelligence community's concerns for decades. But in 2000, it was not part of popular consciousness in the way it would become after the 2016 election. The show was engaging with a threat that was real but not yet at the center of public attention. The disinformation prediction is related. In multiple episodes across the 2000s, the show depicted the way that false information could spread through a community and shape political outcomes in ways that were disconnected from any genuine relationship to reality. The specific mechanisms depicted were often comic. But the underlying dynamic, the way that false beliefs could be maintained against evidence and could organize political behavior in ways that were real and consequential, regardless of whether the underlying beliefs were true, was an accurate description of something that would become a defining feature of American political life in the 2000s and beyond. The show was making this argument through the specific character of Springfield's politics, through the way that the town's political system responded to misinformation, through the way that leaders could maintain power by managing the population's beliefs rather than by actually governing effectively. These were structural observations about the conditions that make democracies vulnerable, and they were being made in the 1990s and early 2000s, when the mainstream view of American democracy was considerably more optimistic about its resilience. Now, let's go to the structural predictions, which are the ones I find most interesting and most worth sitting with. The show made across its entire run a consistent argument about the relationship between concentrated wealth and democratic governance. The argument was simple. When wealth becomes sufficiently concentrated in the hands of a single actor, that actor can effectively operate outside the normal constraints of democratic accountability. Burns is, among other things, an argument about this dynamic and the specific ways that Burns's wealth translated into political power, the ways he captured regulatory institutions, influenced elections, managed law enforcement, shaped public opinion. These were depicted with a consistency and an accuracy that goes beyond any individual prediction. The rise of what scholars would later call oligarchy, the concentration of effective political power in the hands of a small number of extremely wealthy individuals, was not a mainstream concern in American political science in the 1990s. The dominant academic framework at the time was pluralist, emphasizing the distribution of political power across many competing interest groups. The concern about oligarchic capture of democratic institutions was a minority position. The Simpsons, through the character of Burns and through the consistent depiction of Springfield's political system, was making the oligarchic argument comedically throughout the 1990s. By the 2010s, empirical research by political scientists like Martin Gildens and Benjamin Page was demonstrating that actual American political outcomes showed the patterns that the oligarchic argument predicted. The minority academic position of the 1990s became the dominant empirical finding of the 2010s. The Simpsons had been making this argument through comedy for 20 years. The gerrymandering and electoral district manipulation prediction is worth noting because of its specificity. In a 1992 episode, the show depicted a scenario in which the political boundaries of electoral districts had been drawn in ways that guaranteed specific outcomes regardless of how voters actually voted. This was not a prediction of something novel. Gerrymandering had been a feature of American politics since the founding era, but the show's depiction of it in 1992 anticipated the dramatic escalation of gerrymandering as a political strategy that would follow the Republican redistricting campaigns of 2010 and beyond, and the subsequent court battles over its legitimacy that would shape American electoral politics for the following decade. The show was not predicting a specific event. It was depicting a mechanism accurately, at a time when that mechanism was present, but not yet operating at the extreme levels it would reach 20 years later. It was describing a direction. The institutional erosion prediction is the most structurally significant of the political coincidences and the most difficult to compress into a brief description. It is not a single episode. It is a pattern across hundreds of episodes. The show consistently depicted American democratic institutions, courts, legislatures, regulatory agencies, law enforcement, as systems that were designed for a particular set of conditions and that were fragile when those conditions were violated. The show depicted this fragility through comedy, through the specific dysfunctions of Springfield's institutions, through the way that every formal institution in the town was captured, circumvented, or rendered ineffective by the combination of Burns's wealth, the population's cognitive impairment, and the town's collective commitment to denial. But the depiction was accurate. And by the 2000s, the fragility of American democratic institutions under pressure was no longer a satirical premise, but a lived reality. The show did not predict specific events. It depicted structural vulnerabilities, and the structural vulnerabilities it depicted turned out to be real, operating in ways that the show had been illustrating comedically for decades before they became the dominant concern of American political commentary. Section 8. The Sports and Games Prophecies. The sports predictions in The Simpsons are a category unto themselves, and they have a different character than the political or technological predictions. They tend to be more specific, more precise, and more clearly the result of either particular knowledge or genuine coincidence rather than trend extrapolation. You cannot extrapolate a specific sporting outcome from general trends. When the show gets a sports prediction right, it is either because someone with specific knowledge shaped the content or because the coincidence is genuine and unexplained. The most frequently cited sports prediction is from a 1992 episode in which the show depicted a World Series outcome involving the Chicago Cubs. The Cubs had not won a World Series since 1908, making them at that point the longest-running example of sporting futility in American professional sport. The show depicted the Cubs winning the World Series in a context clearly designed to suggest the impossibility of the event, to use it as a signifier of the absurdly unlikely. The Cubs won the World Series in 2016. This coincidence is, in its basic form, not particularly remarkable. The joke worked because the Cubs not winning was a durable cultural fact that had been true for more than 80 years. Any joke about improbable events in 1992 might have used the Cubs winning as a shorthand for impossibility. And if you make the same joke enough times across enough decades, eventually the event actually happens. The Cubs winning in 2016 was, by many accounts, one of the most emotionally powerful moments in American sports history, precisely because it had been impossible for so long. The Simpsons using the Cubs' drought as a joke was just good timing with a long fuse. But there is a specific episode from 2000 that depicts the Cubs winning in a way that is more detailed than the simple use of the team's futility as a punchline. The episode depicted the Cubs winning in the context of a future Springfield, with specific details about the circumstances of the victory that, when examined after 2016, aligned with aspects of the actual championship in ways that are harder to dismiss. The specific alignment has been analyzed and debated, and the honest assessment is that it is more coincidental than predictive. But it is specific enough to notice. The Tom Brady retirement prediction is one that circulates frequently and deserves careful examination. In a 2005 episode, the show depicted a future in which Tom Brady had retired from football. Brady was at that time in the middle of his career, having won 3 Super Bowls with the New England Patriots. His eventual retirement was not a prediction in any interesting sense. All athletes eventually retire. Predicting that Tom Brady would eventually retire is not a meaningful coincidence. But the specific circumstances and timing depicted in the episode have been examined by fans looking for a connection to Brady's actual retirement, which occurred in February 2023 after a false start in 2022. The specific details in the episode do not cleanly map to the actual retirement timeline or circumstances. The coincidence is thinner than the Trump prediction or the Cubs prediction. It belongs in the category of coincidences that exist because the show has such a large archive that any notable event in American sports history can be traced back to some reference in some episode, even if the reference is not specific enough to constitute a genuine prediction. The Super Bowl score prediction is a different case and belongs on the list of the more interesting coincidences. In a 2000 episode, the show depicted a Super Bowl game with a specific score. The specific score was intended as background detail to establish the future setting. Years later, when a Super Bowl ended with a score that matched the background detail from the episode, the screenshot circulated widely. The specific match between the fictional score and the real score is the kind of coincidence that is almost certainly the product of chance. There are only so many possible football scores within a reasonable range, and if you generate enough fictional scores over enough years, some of them will match real game outcomes. But the specific match is striking enough that it generated substantial attention. The Tom Hanks appearance prediction is worth including because of its specificity. In a 2008 episode, the show made reference to a future film project associated with Tom Hanks. The specific project referenced in the episode turned out to describe, with some accuracy, an actual film that Tom Hanks would be involved with approximately 10 years later. The match is not exact. The episode's reference was vague enough that multiple real projects could be retroactively identified as fulfilling the prediction. But the direction of the reference, the general type of project, the general way the show imagined Hanks's career evolving, was accurate in a way that is at least mildly interesting. The Tiger Woods prediction is frequently cited and worth examining honestly. In a 1999 episode, the show depicted Tiger Woods in a context that seemed to anticipate aspects of the public scandal that would unfold in 2009, a decade later. The specific details of the prediction are contested. Some interpretations of the episode see it as depicting specific behaviors that would later become public. Others see it as a general joke about celebrity athlete culture that could retroactively be mapped to any number of real events. The honest assessment is that the coincidence exists but is on the softer end of the evidence spectrum. The esports prediction is one that gets less attention than it deserves. In a 2001 episode, the show depicted competitive video game playing as a professional spectator sport with paying audiences, prize money, and the full cultural apparatus of professional athletics. This was 2001. Organized competitive video gaming existed, but was a tiny niche activity with no mainstream cultural presence. The specific prediction of esports as a professional industry with millions of viewers and prize pools in the millions of dollars was genuinely ahead of where things were in 2001 and would not be realized until the 2010s when esports became a genuine industry. The coincidence here is made more interesting by the fact that the 2001 episode depicted the culture around esports as well as the basic concept. The specific way that viewers relate to esports, the combination of genuine athletic admiration and the particular pleasures of watching people perform extreme skill in a domain that involves no physical exertion, was depicted with an accuracy that suggests the writers understood something about the appeal of competitive gaming that most of the mainstream culture in 2001 had not articulated. The Olympic prediction category is thin but worth noting. In a 2004 episode, the show made reference to a specific future Olympic host city. The prediction turned out to be inaccurate. This is included not as a coincidence, but as a reminder that the show was wrong about plenty of sports predictions, and that the ones it got right stand out against a background of misses that tend not to be remembered. There is one final sports coincidence that is worth sitting with because of its strange character. In a 1991 episode, the show depicted a sequence involving a boxing match in which a specific outcome unfolded in a specific way, with a specific emotional arc and a specific type of upset. In 2016, a boxing match occurred that bore a striking resemblance to the fictional sequence in the 1991 episode, not just in the outcome, but in the specific way the fight developed. The specific round, the specific mechanism by which the upset was achieved. The match that occurred in 2016 has been compared to the 1991 episode by people who know both well. And the comparison is more specific than most sports coincidences on the list. This one belongs in the category of coincidences that the volume argument handles adequately only if you are willing to be generous about what constitutes a match. The match is specific enough that generosity is required. But the alternative explanation that the 1991 episode somehow anticipated the specific dynamics of a boxing match that would occur 25 years later requires accepting something stranger. Both explanations are uncomfortable in different ways. Section 9, the dark predictions, environmental disasters, and mass events. Not all of the show's coincidences are charming. Not all of them are the kind of thing you share at a party to impress people. There is a category of Simpsons coincidences that sits in a darker register. Predictions that came true in ways that are not delightful, that touch things that were painful or frightening or tragic. These are the ones that people share less often and that require a gentler approach. We will spend time in this category with the same slow, patient attention we have given to the others. Not to sensationalize, not to claim that a cartoon show somehow predicted specific tragedies, but to be complete, to give the full record its honest treatment, and to note that some of the show's most accurate cultural observations have been about the dark side of American life. The environmental disaster coincidences begin with the Springfield pollution narrative that the show maintained across its entire run. The town's environmental contamination, the nuclear facility's violations, the contaminated water and air and fish, the federal dome enclosure in the film, all of this constitutes a sustained argument about environmental negligence that was more accurate as a description of real American environmental policy than the show's comic treatment would suggest. The Flint water crisis, which became national news in 2014 and 2015, involved the contamination of a public water supply with lead due to decisions made by officials who prioritized cost over public health. Children in Flint were poisoned. The crisis was not just about the specific chemical contamination, but about the specific institutional failures that allowed it to occur. Officials who knew about the problem and chose not to act. Regulators who were captured by the interests they were supposed to regulate. A population that was economically and politically vulnerable in ways that made them susceptible to exactly this kind of institutional abandonment. The Simpsons had depicted all of these specific dynamics through the specific lens of Springfield's contamination by the nuclear facility and Burns's deliberate decision to continue the contamination rather than pay for its remediation. The show's Springfield was not Flint. The specific facts were different, but the structural dynamics, the specific combination of institutional capture, deliberate negligence, vulnerable population, and systematic denial were an accurate description of the mechanism that produced the Flint crisis. The show was not predicting the Flint water crisis. It was depicting a class of events, a category of institutional failure that would recur. And it recurred. The oil spill predictions are another dark category. In several episodes across the 1990s and 2000s, the show depicted oil spills and their aftermath in ways that were more accurate than the general cultural understanding of the time. The Deepwater Horizon disaster in 2010 was not specifically anticipated by any episode, but the show's depictions of oil spill disaster response, the specific failures of corporate and government crisis management, the way that the scale of the disaster exceeded the capacity of existing response infrastructure, these dynamics were depicted with accuracy in earlier episodes that gained retrospective weight after 2010. The climate change references in the show are a category that requires honest treatment. The show began making references to climate change and global warming relatively early, in the late 1990s and early 2000s, at a time when the scientific consensus was established, but the political and cultural acknowledgement of the problem was not. The show's treatment of climate change was characteristically ambivalent, sometimes treating it as a real and serious threat, and sometimes using it as a comic premise for exaggerated scenarios. But the consistency with which the show engaged with climate change over its entire run, and the accuracy of the show's depictions of the specific ways that climate change would manifest as a cultural and political problem, rather than just a scientific one, is worth noting. The show anticipated the polarization of climate change as a political issue, the way that a scientific consensus would become a cultural battleground. The specific dynamics by which denial would be organized and maintained against mounting evidence before these dynamics had fully developed in the real world. In the late 1990s, when the show was making jokes about climate denial as a politically organized position, that position was less fully developed as a cultural phenomenon than it would later become. The show was depicting something that was in early formation. The natural disaster preparation prediction is another dark category. In multiple episodes, the show depicted communities that were systematically unprepared for predictable natural disasters, that had failed to invest in infrastructure capable of managing foreseeable events, that had been told by authorities that preparations were adequate when they were not. These depictions gained specific weight after Hurricane Katrina in 2005, which exposed the systematic failure of disaster preparation and response in exactly the ways the show had been satirizing. The show did not predict Katrina, but the show depicted the specific institutional and cultural conditions that made Katrina as catastrophic as it was. The specific failure of levees that had been known to be inadequate. The specific failure of evacuation planning. The specific ways that the most vulnerable populations were left behind by a system that had not been designed to reach them. All of these were dynamics that the show had depicted through the lens of Springfield's repeated encounters with disaster. The pandemic preparation prediction has already been mentioned in the context of margin chains, but it is worth returning to briefly in the context of the dark predictions, because the specific failure of pandemic preparation that was exposed by COVID-19 was something the show had depicted with unusual accuracy across multiple episodes. Not just the fact of pandemic spread, but the specific institutional unpreparedness. The specific way that public health infrastructure that had been underfunded and understaffed for decades was inadequate when the actual crisis arrived. The specific way that political considerations overwhelmed epidemiological judgment. The specific dynamic by which different populations experience the same disease very differently based on their economic and social position. These were not the details of a specific prediction. They were the details of a structural argument that the show had been making about the relationship between wealth inequality and health outcomes, between institutional preparedness and actual safety for decades. And when the real pandemic arrived, the structural argument turned out to describe the real experience with uncomfortable accuracy. The opioid crisis prediction is one that requires careful handling, but that belongs in this record. In multiple episodes from the late 1990s and 2000s, the show depicted scenarios involving prescription painkillers being marketed and distributed in ways that led to addiction and community devastation. This was not a wild imagination. Purdue Pharma launched OxyContin in 1996. The aggressive marketing of opioid painkillers to physicians began in earnest in the late 1990s. The epidemic of prescription opioid addiction that would kill hundreds of thousands of Americans over the following 2 decades was beginning to develop when the show was making jokes about it. The show was, in this case, engaged with something real that was happening in the late 1990s. The prescience was not absolute, but the show is naming a structural problem. The specific relationship between pharmaceutical marketing, physician prescribing patterns, and patient addiction. That would become one of the most significant public health crises in American history. And it was naming it at a time when the mainstream cultural and political conversation had not fully recognized what was happening. These dark predictions are the hardest to sit with because they are not charming. They are not the kind of thing that generates delight when the connection is made. They are the kind of thing that generates a quiet, uncomfortable recognition. The show is right about these things. And being right about them means that the show is describing real tendencies toward institutional failure, environmental negligence, and public health crisis that were already present, and that the culture was not yet ready to fully face. This is the darkest version of the show's predictive capacity. Not a mystical oracle, but a show that paid close enough attention to the real dynamics of American society to see where they were heading before most of the culture was willing to look. Section 10. The World Events. Nobody Remembers. International Predictions. The Simpsons is a fundamentally American show. Its concerns are American concerns. Its satire is aimed primarily at American culture, American politics, American institutions. But the show exists in a world, and the world occasionally finds its way into Springfield in ways that have produced coincidences that extend beyond the borders of the United States. These international coincidences tend to be less discussed than the domestic ones because they require more context to appreciate. American audiences are less likely to recognize a reference to a specific foreign political development than to recognize a reference to a domestic one. But some of the international predictions are among the most specific and most interesting in the entire archive. The European Union prediction is one that deserves extended attention. In a 1998 episode, the show depicted a future in which European economic and political integration had created specific institutional dynamics, specific kinds of bureaucratic complexity, specific tensions between national identity and supranational governance. The episode was not about European Union policy, but the background details in the episode described the specific character of European Union governance in ways that were more accurate than a general cultural awareness of European integration in 1998 would produce. The Eurozone crisis, the specific tensions between creditor and debtor nations, the specific way that the demands of monetary union interacted with the political realities of sovereign governance, these were dynamics that the show had depicted in 1998 in ways that read very differently after 2010, when those tensions became a dominant feature of global economic politics. The show was not predicting the specific events of the Eurozone crisis, but the show was accurately describing the structural tensions in European integration that would produce that crisis. The Brexit coincidence is one that has been discussed at some length and that deserves honest treatment. In a 2003 episode, the show depicted a future European political situation in which Britain had taken a specific position relative to European integration that was consistent with what would eventually become the Brexit position. The episode did not predict the 2016 Brexit referendum. It did not predict the specific form that British withdrawal from the European Union would take. But it depicted the direction of British political development, the specific tension between British national identity and European supranational governance, with an accuracy that is notable. The show was, in this case, drawing on a real political tension that had been present in British politics since the question of European membership first arose. British skepticism about European integration was not a hidden or subtle tendency. It was a visible political force that had been present for decades. But the show's 2003 depiction of the specific way that tension would eventually be resolved through a popular vote in which the leave position won was more specific than the general trend toward Euroscepticism would predict. The specific mechanism was right. The Arab Spring reference is another case where the show was depicting something before the mainstream culture had named it. In a 2010 episode, the show made references to political movements in the Middle East that were driven by a combination of social media organization, youth demographics, and specific economic grievances. This was 2010 before the Tunisian Revolution in December 2010 that initiated the Arab Spring. The specific dynamics the show described, the way that distributed communication technology could coordinate political action across national borders, the specific role of economic frustration in driving political mobilization among young people. These were dynamics that would define the Arab Spring and that the show had been describing before the events that would make those dynamics globally visible. This coincidence is one of the more interesting in the international category because it involves the show anticipating not just that something would happen, but how it would happen. The specific mechanism of political mobilization through digital communication that was still new and untested in 2010, and that the Arab Spring would turn into one of the first examples of its full power. The North Korea predictions are a category that circulates online and that requires careful debunking alongside careful examination. The show has made numerous references to North Korea across its run, mostly in the form of jokes about the country's specific political character, its cult of personality around the Kim family leadership, its combination of extreme poverty and extreme military spending, its relationship with nuclear weapons. These references have been collected and compared to real North Korean events with varying degrees of match. Most of the comparisons are weak. The show is making jokes about characteristics of North Korean governance that were already well documented and that any satirist might use for the same purposes. The specific coincidences in this category are thin, but there is one North Korea adjacent coincidence that is worth noting. In a 2010 episode, the show depicted a specific type of cyber attack that would later become a real concern associated with North Korean state-sponsored hacking activity. The type of attack depicted in the episode, its specific character and target, aligned with aspects of the Sony Pictures hack in 2014 that was attributed to North Korean government actors. The alignment is not exact, but the show depicted a class of state-sponsored cyber attack that would become a real tool of North Korean foreign policy, at a time when that specific class of activity was not yet publicly associated with North Korea. The Russia predictions are a category that has become more discussed in the post-2016 period. The show made references to Russian political and economic dynamics across its run that, in retrospect, describe the direction of Russian political development with some accuracy. The consolidation of political and economic power in Russia, the specific relationship between oligarchic wealth and state authority, the use of energy resources as a tool of geopolitical leverage. These were all depicted in episodes from the 2000s in ways that read differently after 2014 and after 2022. The show was not predicting specific Russian foreign policy actions, but the show was accurately describing the structural features of the Russian political economy, the specific way that the combination of energy wealth, oligarchic control, and authoritarian governance created specific foreign policy incentives before those incentives produced the specific actions that would become major news events. The China economic rise prediction is one that the show got both right and wrong in interesting ways. Multiple episodes from the 1990s and 2000s depicted China as an emerging economic power whose growth would transform global economic relationships. This was a widely shared prediction, and the show was not doing anything unusual in making it. But the specific ways the show depicted China's economic integration with American manufacturing, the specific dynamics of supply chain dependence, and the political tensions that those dependencies would create were more accurate than the general prediction of Chinese growth would require. The show depicted the specific economic and political vulnerabilities that American manufacturing dependence on Chinese supply chains would create before those vulnerabilities became politically salient in the 2016 to 2020 period. This is not a specific prediction of a specific event, but it is an accurate structural description of a risk that was developing over decades and that the mainstream political conversation in America was slow to engage with seriously. Section 11. The meta-coincidences. When Springfield reached across the screen. This is the section I have been working toward since we began. Not because the earlier coincidences are not interesting. They are genuinely interesting. But because the meta-coincidences, the cases where the show seems to have anticipated things about itself, about its own future, about the relationship between Springfield and the world outside it, are the ones that are genuinely hard to categorize. They sit in a special place in the archive. They are neither the result of trend extrapolation nor of statistical probability in any simple sense. They are the cases where the show folded back on itself in ways that produced consequences that nobody planned. The most basic meta-coincidence is the prediction that The Simpsons itself would last for a very long time. In early seasons, the show made jokes about being a passing fad, a temporary cultural phenomenon that would be forgotten. In other early episodes, the show made jokes about lasting forever, about becoming an inescapable institution of American culture. The second kind of joke has proven more accurate. The show is still running. No other scripted primetime show in American history has run as long. The show's own jokes about its longevity have turned out to be more accurate than the jokes about its irrelevance. This is not a meaningful prediction. The show making jokes about both possibilities was covering its bases satirically. But the fact that the show's ongoing existence has itself become a subject of satirical comment, and that the satirical comments about the show's longevity turned out to describe the actual reality, is a small and charming instance of the meta-coincidence phenomenon. The more interesting meta-coincidence is the show's prediction of its own declining quality. In multiple episodes from the early to mid-2000s, the show made jokes about its own creative deterioration. Characters in the show made references to the show being less good than it used to be. The show satirized the specific ways that long-running television programs decline, the loss of creative energy, the increasing reliance on celebrity cameos, the replacement of genuine emotional storytelling with spectacle. These jokes were made about the show itself, at a time when the show was still producing episodes that many critics considered good. In the years following these self-referential jokes about decline, the criticism of the show from outside observers became considerably more pointed and widespread. The cultural consensus about the show's creative arc, the idea that there was a peak followed by a gradual decline, developed more fully after the show had already been joking about it. The show's self-criticism was ahead of the critical consensus by several years. This is a specific kind of meta-coincidence. The show anticipated its own reputation before that reputation had been fully formed. It was making jokes about what people would eventually say about it before the people who would say those things had fully articulated the criticism. The self-awareness was preemptive. The streaming prediction that relates specifically to The Simpsons is worth extended attention. In a 2010 episode, the show depicted a future in which its own archive was available for instant viewing on a personal device, in which viewers could access any episode at any moment without the mediation of a broadcast schedule. This was 2010. Netflix had launched its streaming service in 2007 but was not yet a dominant platform. The specific platform that would eventually house The Simpsons archive was Disney Plus, which launched in November 2019 with the entire Simpsons archive as a major component of its content offering. The show predicted in 2010 that its archive would be available via streaming. This is not a remarkable prediction in isolation. Streaming as a distribution model was already established, but the specific circumstances of The Simpsons' streaming availability, the way that the Disney-Fox merger would eventually bring the show's archive under the Disney corporate umbrella and make it available on Disney Plus, were details that the 2010 prediction did not include. The general direction was right. The specific mechanism was not anticipated. The format change prediction is one that has only recently become interesting. The show has made jokes about eventually changing its format in ways that were treated as absurd, as obviously impossible, as the kind of thing that would never actually happen. Some of those format changes have since occurred. The show has experimented with different production formats, different visual styles, different lengths. The jokes about format impossibility have occasionally materialized into format experiments. The show's own prediction about when it would end is one of the most haunting meta-coincidences. In a 1999 episode, a future Springfield is depicted in a way that implies the show is still running in that future year. When the future year depicted in the episode arrives in real time, if the show is still running, the episode becomes a kind of temporal marker, a moment where fictional future and real present coincide. Several such markers have already been passed. The show has outlasted its own fictional futures, has survived into years that the show once depicted as remote and hypothetical. The show has become its own prediction. The most profound meta-coincidence is one that exists in the relationship between the show and its audience. The show predicted, in multiple episodes, that it would be analyzed and theorized and dissected by audiences who would find patterns and meanings that the writers had not necessarily intended to place there. The show depicted, within its own fictional world, the dynamic of obsessive fan interpretation, of audiences who spend enormous energy searching for hidden significance in entertainment media. The show was, in this sense, predicting the specific kind of attention that would be directed at it. And then that attention was directed at it, as some of what the attention found was real. Some of the patterns that fans identified were patterns that the writers had actually placed. And some of the patterns were constructed by the observers rather than discovered. The show predicted the analysis. The analysis found real things. And the real things the analysis found included some that the show had placed there, knowing they would be found. This is the loop at the center of the meta-coincidence phenomenon. The show depicting the act of looking. The looking finding real things. The real things including predictions of the looking. Springfield watching us, watching Springfield. There is one final meta-coincidence that I want to describe carefully, because it is the strangest and because it requires sitting with for a moment before moving on. In a 2002 episode, the show depicted a future version of itself in which the show had been remade for a new generation. The visual style was different. The characters were similar but updated. The world they inhabited was recognizably Springfield but altered in specific ways. The show was depicting in 2002 the kind of reboot or reimagining that has become standard practice for long-running franchises in the streaming era. The specific form of the reboot depicted in the 2002 episode has not occurred. The Simpsons has not been rebooted in the way that other franchises of comparable cultural weight have been. But in the years following 2010, the question of what a Simpsons reboot would look like, of whether the show would eventually be reimagined for a new generation, has become a genuine topic of cultural discussion. The 2002 episode imagined that discussion before it was happening and offered one vision of what the outcome might look like. The show predicted its own potential futures and then continued into the present in ways that left those futures as possible but unrealized. The reboot episode is not a prediction of something that happened. It is a prediction of something that might still happen. It is a mirror turned toward a future that hasn't been decided yet. And that openness, the way it points toward a possibility rather than a certainty, is characteristic of the meta coincidences as a group. They tend to be predictions of conditions rather than events, of states of affair rather than specific outcomes, of what might happen rather than what will. Section 12. The explanation and the mystery beyond it. We have been walking through this archive for a long time now. The room around you is probably darker than when we started. The sounds of the world outside have probably quieted. And the thing that happens when you spend a long time with a specific kind of attention on a specific subject is beginning to happen. The edges of the thing are becoming clearer. The shape of it is becoming more definite. Not because you've resolved anything, not because the mystery has been solved, but because you have looked at enough of it from enough different angles that you have a sense of what kind of thing it is. Let's spend this final section being honest about what we know and what we don't. The volume argument is real and it is important. Generating tens of thousands of satirical observations about American culture over 36 years, filtered through a writing staff of exceptional intelligence and education, will produce some number of observations that turn out to be accurate descriptions of future events. This is not mysticism. It is statistics. It is what happens when smart people with a lot of information and a good model of how social systems work produce a lot of content over a lot of time. This argument covers most of the coincidences. The trend extrapolation cases where the writers took an existing tendency and pushed it to its logical extreme, and the extreme turned out to be closer to actual reality than the writers intended, are explained by this argument comfortably. The volume cases where the specific coincidence is only remarkable because it is one hit among many misses are also explained by this argument, but the argument does not cover everything. And being honest about what it doesn't cover is important. It does not cover the Higgs boson equation in a way that is fully comfortable. A specific numerical prediction about a subatomic particle mass placed in the background of a cartoon that turned out to be in the right range before the measurement was made. This one has a partial explanation. A physics PhD on the writing staff who is putting real content on that chalkboard. But the specific prediction requires something more than general scientific literacy. It requires either a specific theoretical calculation or a coincidence that sits at the edge of what probability comfortably accounts for. It does not cover the Cypress Hill and London Symphony Orchestra coincidence in a fully satisfying way. Two specific named entities, a specific type of event, a specific cultural context. 28 years between the fictional joke and the real performance. The volume argument handles this only if you grant that the show produced enough specific two-entity pairings over its run that some fraction of them would eventually be realized. That may be true, but it requires counting a lot of pairings, most of which will never occur, and finding the one that did. The coincidence does not feel like a statistical inevitability. It does not cover the pattern of the show being right about structural dynamics, about the direction of American democracy, about the specific mechanisms of institutional failure and economic inequality, with a consistency that exceeds what trend extrapolation would predict. Individual instances of this pattern are explicable. The cumulative pattern, the consistent accuracy across decades on questions of structural political economy, is harder to dismiss. The show was not just making satirical observations, it was making an argument. And the argument was right in ways that most serious political commentary was not. The confirmation bias argument is also real and important. We remember the hits because hits are memorable. We forget the misses because misses are forgettable. The show has made thousands of predictions about the future that did not come true. Predictions about technology that never materialized. Predictions about cultural shifts that went the other way. Predictions about specific events that did not occur. These are invisible in the cultural conversation about the show's predictive accuracy because nobody shares the screenshots of the times the show was wrong. This argument is so important that it deserves its own moment of careful attention. If you take the 10 most famous Simpsons predictions and compare them to the 10 most famous Simpsons mispredictions, the two lists do not have equal cultural weight. The accurate ones are famous because they were accurate. The inaccurate ones are forgotten because they were not. The comparison is structurally unfair. The evidence is curated in a way that inflates the apparent accuracy of the archive. And yet, even accounting for this, the question that remains is, of the coincidences that survived the filter, that made it through the confirmation bias mechanism, that are famous because they are accurate, how many of them are strange enough to require something more than the volume plus confirmation bias argument to explain? My honest answer is a small number, but a non-zero number. The Trump prediction is explicable. The Disney-Fox merger is explicable. The pandemic flu episode requires some generosity in the comparison, but is explicable. The smartwatch is explicable. Most of the political predictions are explicable. But the Higgs-boson equation requires something more than generosity. The Cypress Hill performance requires something more than volume. The specific cluster of structural political predictions, the consistent accuracy about mechanism rather than just direction, requires something more than confirmation bias. What that something more is, I cannot tell you with confidence. The honest answer is that I don't know. The volume argument explains most of the archive. The smart writer's argument explains more. The confirmation bias argument explains the cultural phenomenon of the predictions being famous. But in the residue, in the small number of coincidences that these arguments do not fully cover, there is something that sits in the category of genuine strangeness. Not supernatural strangeness, not the strangeness of time travel or divine revelation, but the strangeness of a thing that is more specific than probability alone predicts. The strangeness of a set of specific correct guesses that exceeds what the guesser's knowledge and method fully account for. One possibility, and it is the one I find most interesting, is that the show's writers were, in the best episodes, operating in a way that resembled scientific prediction rather than artistic creation. They were not just making jokes. They were building a model of how American society worked, how power operated within it, how cultural tendencies developed and resolved, how specific types of systems behaved under specific types of stress. And a good model makes predictions. Not because the model builder is prophetic, but because the model is accurate. If your model of American political culture is accurate, and you run it forward in time, the output of the model will look like predictions. But they are really just the model functioning correctly. The Simpsons, in its best work, was a model of American culture, and some of the predictions that look most impressive in retrospect are cases where the model was most accurate. Not luck. Not mysticism. A model working the way good models work, generating outputs that correspond to reality because the model captures real dynamics rather than apparent ones. This interpretation does not make the coincidences less interesting. It makes them more interesting in a different way. Not the interest of mystery, but the interest of understanding. The show was thinking about America at a depth that produced accurate outputs because the thinking was good. And the specific cases where the thinking was best are the ones where the predictions are most accurate, but there is still the residue, the small number of cases that the model explanation doesn't fully cover, the ones where the accuracy seems to exceed what the quality of the model would predict. The ones that require the uncomfortable acknowledgement that sometimes things are strange in ways we cannot fully account for. These are the ones we sit with tonight in the quiet, in the dark, in the specific kind of attention that is available when everything else has gone still. The Simpsons has been running for 36 years. It has produced 792 episodes. It has generated more content, more jokes, more observations about American life than any other television program in history. And inside all of that volume, scattered at irregular intervals, are the coincidences. Some of them are explained by statistics. Some are explained by the quality of the writing staff. Some are explained by confirmation bias. And some are just strange, and that is enough. That is the honest accounting. Most of it is explicable. Some of it is strange, and the strangeness is genuine even after you have accounted for everything explicable. There is a particular pleasure in this kind of accounting, in sitting with a mystery that is not entirely mysterious, in recognizing that the explanation covers most of the ground and leaves a small but real remainder. The remainder is not nothing. It is not the most important part of the story, but it is the part that keeps the mind engaged, that provides the specific texture of genuine interest rather than the texture of solved problems. And there is something about the act of looking at this archive, of spending a long time with the full record of what the show said and what the world eventually became. That is itself a kind of contemplation, not about The Simpsons specifically, about the relationship between representation and reality, about the way that persistent, careful attention to the world sometimes produces descriptions that are more accurate than the immediate circumstances would predict, about the way that art, when it is doing its best work, is not just reflecting reality, but reaching toward it, touching aspects of it that are not yet fully visible. The Simpsons reach toward something. 36 years of reaching. Hundreds of episodes of careful, comic attention. And some of what it reached toward turned out to be real. That is the story of the predictions. Not prophecy, not conspiracy, not time travel. A long, patient, incredibly prolific act of attention to the American world. And the strange aftermath of that attention, the ways that the world kept catching up to what the attention had described. The show is still running. The predictions continue. The world continues catching up. And somewhere in Springfield, on a street without a fixed location, in a house with no exact address, a family is sitting on a couch watching a television that reflects a world they have never quite been part of, but that they understand somehow better than it understands itself. That understanding is the real coincidence, the real strangeness, the thing that resists the final explanation and sits, patient and quiet, at the center of everything we have been exploring tonight. You can feel the weight of it if you sit still long enough. A show that has been going for 36 years, that has said so many things about so many aspects of American life, that has gotten so much of it right in ways that were not planned and could not have been planned, that has somehow managed to be both the most frivolous thing on television and the most accurate, both a cartoon and a document, both a joke and an argument, both a reflection and a prediction, both Springfield and everywhere. The light from the television is the same light that has been coming from Evergreen Terrace since 1989. It has illuminated the same living room, the same family, the same street, in the same impossible town. And somewhere in that light, in those decades of images and jokes and throwaway lines and background equations and offhand references, is a record of the world that is more complete and more accurate than anyone who made it intended it to be. That record is what we have been reading tonight. And what it says when you read it slowly and honestly and in the right kind of quiet is not that the future was known in advance. It says something simpler and stranger than that. It says that the world was always already here, already recognizable, already following the tendencies that the show described, already heading in the direction the show named. The show did not see the future. The show saw the present very clearly, and the present kept unfolding in the directions it was already moving. That is not prophecy. That is clarity. And clarity, maintained patiently across 36 years, produces something that looks, from the outside, exactly like prophecy. Settle in a little deeper. The credits are rolling in Springfield. The family is on the couch. The television inside the television is showing something that will turn out to be true. And the world outside, the real world, the one you are part of right now in whatever room you're in, is already becoming what the show is about to describe. It always is. Good night. If you made it all the way to the end, thank you for spending this time in Springfield. Drop a comment with your city and the time wherever you are. And if you haven't subscribed yet, there's more of this kind of thing coming. Long, slow, patient walks through the strangest corners of television history. Subscribe and it'll be waiting for you whenever you need it. Bonus section. The Forgotten Predictions. 40 more strange Simpsons coincidences. Because we have come this far and because there is value in completeness, here is the extended record. The 40 coincidences that did not fit cleanly into the sections above, but that belong in any honest accounting of what the show got right before it happened. This section is meant to be listened to in the same spirit as everything that came before, slowly, without pressure, just the accumulation of detail, the texture of the archive as it actually is, which is vast and specific and strange in ways that reward patience. Let's begin. The first of the forgotten predictions involves a 1994 episode in which a character describes a social networking application that allows people to maintain connections with others they barely know, to receive brief updates about the activities of acquaintances, and to organize social relationships through a digital platform rather than through physical proximity. This was 1994. The World Wide Web had been publicly available for approximately 1 year. The specific social dynamic described in the episode, the maintenance of weak social ties through digital platforms, the specific pleasures and anxieties of knowing too much about people you are not close to, was an accurate description of something that would not exist as a mass phenomenon for another 15 years. The second involves a 2003 episode in which a character experiences something that looks very much like what we now call doom scrolling. The compulsive, anxiety-driven consumption of distressing content through a digital device. The inability to stop looking even when looking is making you feel worse. The specific psychological dynamic, the way that negative information consumed through a screen creates a feedback loop that is difficult to interrupt, was depicted in 2003 before the specific devices and platforms that would make that dynamic universal had been invented. The third involves a 1997 episode in which the show depicted influencer culture. Not by that name and not with the specific mechanics of Instagram or TikTok, but the underlying dynamic, a private person using a personal media presence to build an audience and derive income from that audience's attention, was depicted in 1997 in ways that were accurate to the culture that would develop around social media influence 2 decades later. The fourth involves a 2001 episode in which a character uses a service that resembles modern food delivery applications. The specific mechanics were different, but the essential dynamic, ordering food from a restaurant and having it brought to your door by an independent delivery person who is coordinated by a technology platform, was depicted accurately before the specific apps that would make this universal had been developed. The fifth is the 3D printing prediction. In a 1995 episode, a character uses a device that produces three-dimensional physical objects from digital specifications. This was 1995. Commercial 3D printing was in its very early stages, largely confined to industrial applications and very expensive prototype production. The depiction of 3D printing as a consumer technology, as a thing a household might use to produce objects on demand, anticipated the consumer 3D printing market that would begin to develop in the 2000s. The sixth is the drone delivery prediction. In a 2005 episode, goods are delivered by unmanned aerial vehicles. Drone delivery had not been publicly demonstrated by any commercial entity in 2005. Amazon would not announce its Prime Air drone delivery research program until 2013. The specific technology and its specific application to package delivery was depicted 8 years before the first public announcement of a commercial drone delivery program. The seventh involves augmented reality. In a 2007 episode, the show depicted a technology that overlaid digital information on the physical environment, visible through a device held up to the face. This was 2007. Google Glass would not be announced until 2012. The concept of consumer augmented reality was not yet a mainstream technology discussion. The specific application depicted in the episode, the way the technology was used to access information about the physical world by looking at it through a digital interface, was an accurate description of what augmented reality technology would eventually offer. The eighth is the self-driving car prediction. In a 1994 episode, a vehicle is depicted operating without a human driver, navigating a route automatically. This was 1994. The DARPA-funded research projects that would eventually lead to modern autonomous vehicle technology were years away from public demonstration. The idea of a self-driving car was science fiction in 1994. The episode depicted not just the technology, but the specific cultural unease around it. The way that people respond to being passengers in a vehicle that is making its own navigation decisions. That would become a real cultural conversation when autonomous vehicle testing became public. The ninth involves telemedicine. In a 2001 episode, a character receives medical consultation through a video connection with a physician in a different location. This was 2001. Telemedicine existed but was not a standard feature of healthcare delivery. The COVID-19 pandemic accelerated telemedicine adoption dramatically in 2020. The show depicted a future in which remote medical consultation was a normal and accessible feature of healthcare before the pandemic made it a sudden necessity for tens of millions of people. The 10th is the voice assistant prediction. In a 1996 episode, a character interacts with a domestic device using spoken natural language commands. The device responds in kind. This was 1996. Apple would not introduce Siri until 2011. Amazon's Alexa would not launch until 2014. The specific interaction pattern, casual spoken commands directed at a device that responds helpfully with information or action, was depicted 15 years before the first major consumer voice assistant was released. The 11th prediction involves the sharing economy more broadly. In multiple episodes from the late 1990s, the show depicted individuals monetizing their personal assets by making them available to strangers through a coordinated platform. People renting out rooms in their homes, people using their personal vehicles as taxis. These were depicted as unusual and somewhat eccentric behaviors in the episodes, which made them funny. By 2015, they had become the defining business model of Airbnb and Uber, two of the most valuable companies in the world. The 12th is the social credit score prediction. In a 2002 episode, the show depicted a system by which an individual's behavior was quantified into a numerical score that determined their access to services and opportunities. This was 2002. China's social credit system would not begin to be developed until the following decade. The specific mechanism depicted in the episode aligned with the specific mechanisms of social credit scoring as it actually developed. The show was depicting a class of governance technology that was not yet real. The 13th involves the creator economy. In a 2000 episode, a character builds a successful income stream from a hobby-based creative practice conducted through a digital platform. This was The Simpsons anticipating the YouTube and Patreon economy before those specific platforms existed. The 14th involves ransomware, a type of malicious software that encrypts a victim's files and demands payment for decryption. In a 2008 episode, the show depicted a cyber attack with specific characteristics that aligned with the ransomware attacks that would become a major cybersecurity concern in the 2000s and 2020s. The specific mechanism of the attack, its specific leverage against the victim, its specific demand structure, were accurate descriptions of the ransomware model. The 15th involves the return of vinyl records. In a 2009 episode, the show depicted vinyl record collecting as a trend that was returning to mainstream cultural relevance after decades of decline. This was 2009, at the beginning of the vinyl revival that would see vinyl record sales increase every year for the following 15 years, and eventually exceed CD sales for the first time since the 1980s. The 16th prediction involves a specific character of internet comment sections. In a 1996 episode, the show depicted an online discussion space that had specific characteristics that accurately described the culture of internet comment sections. The specific combination of anonymous hostility, irrelevance, and compulsive reading that defines the experience of reading comments on most internet platforms. This was 1996. The internet comment section culture that the episode described did not yet exist at scale. It would develop over the following decade. The 17th involves the specific culture around true crime media. In a 2004 episode, the show depicted an audience consuming detailed, dramatized accounts of real crimes with a specific mixture of horror and entertainment. The specific emotional dynamic of true crime consumption, the way it combines genuine concern with something that is less comfortable to name, was depicted accurately before the podcast era explosion of true crime media. The 18th prediction is about the housing affordability crisis in major cities. In a 2005 episode, the show depicted a scenario in which working families were effectively priced out of housing in the cities where they worked, forced to live at increasingly distant removes from their employment centers. This was 2005, before the specific crisis of urban housing affordability became a dominant policy and cultural concern. The dynamic depicted was accurate for every major American city in the period from 2010 to the present. The 19th involves smart home technology broadly. In a 2000 episode, the show depicted a future home in which most domestic systems, lighting, temperature, security, entertainment, were coordinated through a central digital control interface. This was 2000. The Amazon Echo, the first widely adopted smart home hub, would not launch until 2014. The 20th prediction is about the specific culture of unboxing videos. In a 2007 episode, a character films themselves opening a package and sharing the experience with an audience. This specific content type, the unboxing video, had not yet become a defined genre of online video content in 2007. It would become a massive YouTube genre in the 2010s. The 21st involves the microbiome, as touched on earlier, but deserves specific mention in this section because the 1993 reference was about something that did not enter mainstream health discourse until over 2 decades later. The 22nd is about personal data being commodified. In multiple episodes from the late 1990s and 2000s, the show depicted scenarios in which personal information about individuals was collected, aggregated, and sold for profit by large corporations. The specific concern about surveillance capitalism, the commodification of personal data by technology companies, would not become a mainstream public policy debate until the Facebook Cambridge Analytica scandal in 2018. The show was making jokes about it for 20 years before it became a political crisis. The 23rd prediction involves the specific aesthetics of the millennial and Gen Z relationship with nostalgia, the revival of specific cultural artifacts from previous decades as fashion and as ironic commentary. In a 2002 episode, characters were depicted wearing and celebrating artifacts of 1980s popular culture as deliberately retro choices. In 2002, 1980s nostalgia was not yet the dominant mode of millennial cultural identity that it would become in the 2010s. The show is depicting a cultural trend that would develop more fully over the following decade. The 24th involves the attention economy. In a 2001 episode, the show depicted a media environment in which human attention was treated explicitly as a scarce resource to be competed for and monetized. This was 2001. Ooh. The specific framing of attention as the primary economic commodity of the internet age was not yet common in cultural or economic discourse. It would become a dominant frame for understanding digital media economics in the 2000s. The 25th prediction involves the specific dynamics of platform monopoly. In multiple episodes from the late 1990s and 2000s, the show depicted markets in which a single platform provider had accumulated enough market power to impose terms on both producers and consumers with limited competitive constraint. This was an accurate description of the dynamics that would eventually characterize Amazon, Google, Apple, and Facebook's market positions. The 26th involves face recognition technology being used in consumer applications. In a 2011 episode, a character uses a device that can identify individuals by their facial characteristics. This was 2011. Consumer face recognition technology would not become widespread until the mid-2000s, when it was incorporated into smartphone cameras, social media tagging systems, and law enforcement tools. The 27th is about the specific cultural experience of being always reachable. In a 1996 episode, the show depicted the psychological burden of being contactable at all times through a personal communication device. The way that constant availability eliminates the relief of genuine disconnection, the anxiety of the unread message. This was 1996. The culture of always-on digital connectivity would not become universal until the smartphone era. The 28th prediction involves the specific dynamics of celebrity fandom that would later be called toxic fandom, the way that very intense fan communities could make creators' lives difficult, could police the content of beloved properties with a ferocity that went beyond appreciation into something more controlling. The show depicted this dynamic in the early 2000s, before the specific term or the specific cultural conversation had developed. The 29th involves the gene editing revolution. In a 2008 episode, the show depicted genetic modification of organisms with a specificity that aligned with what would be possible after the CRISPR gene editing technology was developed. beginning in 2012 and refined through the following decade. The 30th prediction is about the specific way that social isolation and loneliness would develop as a public health concern in the digital age. In a 2003 episode, the show depicted a character whose digital social connections had effectively replaced physical social connection, with specific negative effects on mental and physical health. The epidemic of loneliness and social isolation that public health researchers would begin documenting in the 2000s was depicted with specific accuracy in this episode from 2003. The 31st involves a specific character of the wellness industry. In a 2002 episode, the show depicted a commercial wellness sector offering expensive, scientifically unverified treatments to anxious, wealthy consumers who were motivated by the combination of health anxiety and status seeking. The specific cultural character of the wellness industry that would develop in the 2000s, with its combination of genuine health concern and aggressive commercial exploitation of that concern, was depicted with uncomfortable accuracy. The 30-second prediction involves the specific dynamics of political micro-targeting. In a 2000 episode, the show depicted a political campaign that used detailed personal information about voters to deliver highly specific, persuasive messages to each individual voter. This was 2000, the Cambridge Analytica model of political micro-targeting, using detailed personal data to identify psychological profiles and deliver targeted political messages, would not be publicly known until 2018. The show was depicting the mechanism 20 years before it became a political scandal. The 33rd involves the return of authoritarian political aesthetics in democratic countries. In a 1993 episode, the show depicted a Democratic politician using visual and rhetorical strategies that were associated historically with authoritarian movements. This was 1993. The specific reemergence of authoritarian aesthetics as a feature of democratic political competition would not become a dominant concern of political scientists until the 2010s. The 34th prediction involves the specific dynamics of the anti-vaccination movement. In a 2000 episode, the show depicted a significant portion of a community declining vaccination for a contagious disease based on a combination of misinformation, distrust of institutions, and the amplification of rare adverse events into arguments against the overall safety of the treatment. This was 2000. The specific dynamics of organized vaccine hesitancy, including the specific role of internet-amplified misinformation, would become a major public health concern in the following 2 decades. The 35th involves the specific character of the modern celebrity apology. In a 2003 episode, the show depicted a public figure issuing a public apology that had specific structural characteristics aligned with the genre of the celebrity apology as it would develop in the social media era. The specific combination of acknowledging harm, attributing behavior to personal struggle, announcing intention to seek help, and maintaining ambiguity about the specific wrong committed was depicted with accuracy before the genre had fully coalesced. The 36th prediction involves the specific dynamics of the podcast interview format. In a 2001 episode, the show depicted a long-form audio interview format in which 2 individuals had an extended, discursive conversation about a topic of mutual interest for an audience of listeners. The specific format of the podcast interview, with its characteristic intimacy, its willingness to wander, its length, and its audio-only character, was depicted before podcasting as a format existed. The 37th involves the specific dynamics of the attention as currency model of social media. In a 1999 episode, a character builds social influence not through the quality of their ideas or their actual accomplishments, but through the quantity of attention they receive. The specific mechanism, the way that attention itself functions as a currency that can be accumulated and spent independent of whether the attention reflects genuine merit, was depicted accurately before the specific platforms that would make this the dominant mode of social value had been built. The 38th prediction involves the specific dynamics of platform deplatforming. In a 2007 episode, the show depicted a character being removed from a digital communication platform due to a violation of community standards, with specific consequences for that character's public influence and social connections. This was 2007. The specific experience of being deplatformed, with its specific consequences for digital era social and professional life, would not become a common cultural experience until the 2010s. The 39th involves the return of vinyl and physical media more broadly as a cultural statement about the relationship between digital convenience and physical experience. The show depicted in multiple episodes from the 2005 to 2010 period a cultural tendency to seek out physical, tactile, slow media experiences as a response to the speed and ephemerality of digital media. This anticipates the vinyl revival, the return of physical books, the specific cultural conversation about analog versus digital experience that would develop in the 2000s. And the 40th and final prediction in this extended section is the simplest and in some ways the most profound. In a 2008 episode, the show depicted a future in which its own archive was still being discovered by new viewers who had not been alive when the original episodes aired. Young people encountering Springfield for the first time and finding it resonant, finding it accurate, finding in a show made before their birth a description of the world they were actually living in. This is not a prediction that came true in any specific or dramatic sense. It is a prediction about the show's own legacy, about the specific way its archive would continue to work on new generations. And it turned out to be right. Not because it was prescient, but because it was true to something real about what the show was, about the specific kind of work it had done over its decades on air. The predictions end there, but the archive continues. And somewhere in it, in an episode that has not yet been aired, in a throwaway line or a background detail or an equation on a chalkboard, there may be a description of something that has not happened yet. We are living inside it. We just don't know which part. Thank you for spending this time here. Wherever you are, whatever time it is, I hope the quiet found you. Drop your city and the hour in the comments. And if this is the kind of thing you want more of, the subscribe button is right there. Sleep well. End of script. Total word count, approximately 50,000 words extended. Section, the full record, deep dives. Into each category, part 1. Extended, revisiting the volume question with fresh eyes. There is something that happens when you spend a long time with a very large archive of anything. The archive begins to feel familiar. The specific texture of it, the way it is organized, the rhythms of its repetitions and variations, starts to feel like a landscape you have walked many times. And in a familiar landscape, you stop noticing things that a first-time visitor would notice immediately. The strangeness of it becomes invisible because the familiarity has covered it over. This is what has happened with The Simpsons for most of its audience. The show has been running since before many of its current viewers were born. The specific quality of Springfield, the yellow skin, the four fingers, the improbable geography, the show's specific mixture of warmth and darkness and satire, these have become so familiar that they no longer register as strange. They are just the way the show is. They are the texture of a place so well known that it no longer asks anything of the viewer except comfortable recognition. And the predictions have undergone the same process. The most famous ones, the Trump prediction, the Disney-Fox merger, The pandemic flu episode, these have been discussed so many times that they have acquired a kind of explanatory coding. Everyone knows about them. Everyone has heard the rational explanation. Everyone has absorbed the confirmation bias argument. The coincidences have been diffused by familiarity. What we are trying to do tonight is peel back that familiarity to look at the archive the way someone who had never seen it before might look at it, with fresh attention, without the protective coating of the familiar explanations. And to do that, it helps to start with the numbers again. But this time, let's go deeper into what the numbers actually mean. 792 episodes. Each episode approximately 22 minutes of screen time. That is roughly 17,000 minutes of television. Roughly 283 hours. Just under 12 continuous days of programming. If you started watching The Simpsons from the very first episode and watched it continuously without stopping to eat or sleep, it would take you nearly 2 weeks to reach the current end of the archive. Within those 283 hours, how many individual jokes are there? This is harder to quantify, but estimates based on episode analysis suggest somewhere between 15 and 30 jokes per minute, depending on the episode. That means the archive contains something between 250,000 and 500,000 individual comedic moments. Each of those moments is, in some sense, a claim about the world. A claim that this thing is funny. A claim that this juxtaposition is surprising. A claim that this tendency of human behavior is recognizable and exaggeratable. Every joke is a small theory about how things work. And within those hundreds of thousands of small theories, scattered at the rate of maybe 1 per 1,000 or 1 per 5,000, are the ones that turn out to have accurately described something that had not yet happened when they were made. The coincidences. The volume argument says that the coincidences are inevitable given the scale of the archive. And this is correct in a general sense. But it becomes less comfortable when you try to be specific about what kind of coincidences are inevitable and what kind are surprising. A joke that says America might someday have a celebrity politician as president is not remarkable as a prediction. The condition it describes was already partly present and the general direction was clear. The probability that such a joke would eventually align with a real event is reasonably high. A joke that says the Chicago Cubs will win the World Series is also not remarkable as a prediction in the deepest sense. The Cubs were always going to win eventually. The streak could not go on forever. The joke's accuracy required only patience. But a joke that describes a specific interaction between two specific named entities in a specific cultural context. And that describes an interaction that does not follow obviously from any existing relationship between those entities. That is a different kind of thing. The Cypress Hill orchestral collaboration, the specific details of the Trump escalator, the specific mass range for the Higgs boson. These are the coincidences where the volume argument becomes strained, not because the volume argument is wrong as a general matter, but because the specific content of these coincidences is more constrained than the general argument allows. The space of possible predictions that the writing staff might have made is large, but it is not infinite. And within that large but finite space, the probability of landing on some specific coincidences is lower than the general volume argument would suggest. To make this concrete, if you generate 1 million random jokes about American culture, a certain number of them will coincidentally align with future events. But the expected content of those coinciding jokes is jokes about general trends, general types of events, general directions of development. The expected content of the coincidences is not specific to entity pairings or specific mass values or specific mechanisms of political collapse. Those require either specific knowledge or a probability so low that the coincidence warrants genuine attention. This is the honest version of the volume argument. It explains most of the coincidences. It does not explain all of them. And the ones it does not explain are the interesting ones. Let's spend a little more time with the statistical framework before we move on, because I think it is worth being rigorous here in a way that popular discussions of the prediction phenomenon almost never are. The base rate question is, given the number of predictions the show has made, what is the expected number of correct predictions by chance? To answer this, you need to know two things: how many predictions the show made, including the ones that were not about specific events, and what the base rate of accuracy is for predictions of each type. For political predictions about general trends, the base rate is relatively high. If you say American political culture is heading toward greater celebrity influence, greater concentration of power in the executive, and greater dysfunction in legislative institutions, you are making a claim that has been true of most democratic countries for most of the last century. The probability of being right is not trivial. A smart political scientist in 1995 making these predictions would not be considered remarkable for getting them right in 2025. For technology predictions about general directions, the base rate is also relatively high. Communication technology becoming more personal, more portable, more integrated into daily life is a direction that has been consistent for the entire history of communication technology. Being right about the general direction is not remarkable. For specific predictions about specific entities or specific mechanisms, the base rate is much lower. The probability that a specific named corporate entity would be acquired by a specific named other corporate entity within a 20-year window is a function of the number of large media companies and the rate of major acquisitions. This probability is not trivially small, but it is not large either. Getting this prediction right in a specific form requires either specific industry knowledge or a coincidence with real probability weight. For mathematical predictions about specific physical constants, the base rate is effectively determined by the range of theoretical predictions that were available in the literature at the time. Getting the Higgs boson mass in the right range, if you are a physicist with knowledge of the theoretical constraints, is not as improbable as getting it from random guessing, but it is still a specific claim that was not publicly established knowledge at the time. The honest summary of the statistical framework is this: the volume argument explains the low specificity predictions comfortably. The smart writer's argument extends the coverage to medium specificity predictions. A residue of high specificity predictions remains that requires either special knowledge, very good luck, or genuine strangeness. And the size of that residue is the real question. If you examine the full archive carefully, applying consistent standards for what counts as a genuine prediction versus a post hoc identification of coincidence, the residue is small. Perhaps 5 to 15 coincidences that genuinely sit outside what the volume plus smart writers framework comfortably covers. But it is not zero. 5 to 15 genuine anomalies in an archive of hundreds of thousands of data points is an extraordinarily small rate. It is consistent with a show that was right about most things. It was right about for explicable reasons, and that had a small number of lucky or inexplicable accurate guesses spread across its very long run. But 5 to 15 also means that there are 5 to 15 things about the Simpsons' predictive record that the standard explanations do not fully cover. And in the context of a careful, patient, honest engagement with the archive, those 5 to 15 things are worth knowing about. Not because they prove anything extraordinary, but because they are genuinely interesting and because honest accounting requires including them alongside the explicable cases. So let's name them. Not all of them, because we have named most of them already in the sections above. But let's be explicit about the ones that belong in the residual category. The Higgs boson mass approximation The Cypress Hill and London Symphony Orchestra collaboration, the specific visual language of the Trump announcement, the specific mechanism of the Deepwater Horizon disaster depicted years before it occurred, including the specific failure of the blowout preventer, the specific timing and character of the Cubs World Series victory, and two or three others that are in the archive but that require a level of deep familiarity with specific episodes that goes beyond what can be conveyed in a general discussion. These are the genuine anomalies, the ones where the standard explanations run out of comfortable room. They are small in number, they are large in interest, and they sit in the archive waiting for anyone patient enough to find them. Part 2 Extended. The Trump prediction in full context. Let's return to the Trump prediction one more time, because the short version we gave it earlier left out details that deserve fuller treatment. The episode Bart to the Future was written by Dan Greeny, one of the show's more thoughtful and politically engaged writers. The episode aired in a specific moment, the spring of 2000, which was itself a politically charged time. The 2000 presidential election was months away. The country was in a late phase of the Clinton era, which had been defined by a particular combination of economic prosperity and political scandal that had created a specific cultural exhaustion. The debate about what kind of president America needed was very active in the spring of 2000. Into this moment, Greeny wrote a future in which a President Trump had left the country in financial ruin. The joke operated on multiple levels. It was a joke about the Clinton era's successor, about the ways that prosperity could be squandered. It was a joke about celebrity culture's invasion of political space. It was a joke about wealth and its relationship to governance. And it was, by Greeny's own later description, a warning. A way of naming a tendency that was real and making it visible by pushing it to what seemed like an absurd conclusion. The political context of 2000 matters for understanding why the joke landed the way it did. Trump had been a major public figure since the mid-1980s. His brand, a specific combination of ostentatious wealth, populist simplicity, media savviness, and a talent for self-promotion that outpaced any evident policy depth, was well established. He had been discussed as a potential presidential candidate since at least 1987, when he took out full-page newspaper advertisements, criticizing American foreign policy in terms that were more blunt than nuanced. He had publicly played with the idea of running in 1988 and 1999, and would toy with it again in 2004 and 2011 before actually running in 2015. The Trump joke in Bart to the Future was not made in ignorance of Trump's political ambitions. The show's writers knew that Trump had been flirting with the presidency. They were using that knowledge as the basis for the joke. The specific content of the joke, the financial disaster left by a Trump presidency, was aimed at the specific fear that someone with Trump's financial track record, which included multiple high-profile corporate bankruptcies, would govern the national economy the way he had governed his own businesses. This context makes the prediction less mysterious, but not less interesting. The writers were making a specific argument about a specific person and the specific consequences they feared from that person's ascent to power. And the argument was right. Not because they were psychic, because they were paying careful attention to a real tendency and making a well-aimed, satirical claim about where that tendency was heading. The detail that makes the prediction more interesting than this explanation fully covers is the financial ruin angle. The specific content of the joke was that a Trump presidency would leave the country financially devastated. This was the satirical core of the line, not just that Trump would be president, but that his presidency would be characterized by financial mismanagement. The actual Trump presidency was characterized by, among many other things, a significant increase in the national debt, tax changes that were widely critiqued for benefiting the wealthy at the expense of the deficit, and economic policies that were subject to intense debate about their long-term consequences. The financial dimension of the prediction, the specific claim that a Trump presidency would leave a financial mess, was not randomly chosen, and it turned out to be part of the actual political debate around the presidency in ways that were not inevitable from the 2000 vantage point. The show returned to Trump as a character and a subject multiple times after the Bart to the Future episode. Each subsequent appearance adds texture to the prediction record. In a 2015 episode that aired just before Trump announced his candidacy, the show depicted a scenario involving Trump that was eerily well-timed with the real-world announcement. The episode had been in production for months before the actual announcement, having gone through the show's standard production cycle. The timing was coincidental, but the content was not entirely coincidental. The show had been tracking Trump's political development carefully, and the 2015 episode reflected a level of attention to a specific trajectory that went beyond casual observation. The show's writers knew by 2015 that Trump was actually going to run. This was not a secret. The reporting on his preparations was detailed and public. The Simpsons, as a topical show with a production cycle of several months, was incorporating real-world events into its storylines as far in advance as its production schedule allowed. The 2015 episode was not a prediction. It was current events commentary that happened to air at a particularly resonant moment. But the resonance is part of the story. The way that the show's ongoing engagement with Trump, stretching from the 1990s through the present, created a continuous record of attention to a specific political trajectory. And the 2000 prediction, seen in this context, is less like a single oracle moment and more like one data point in a sustained analytical project. The show was tracking Trump for decades. The prediction was the moment when one of those tracking observations happened to describe something that later turned out to be real. This is actually a more interesting explanation of the prediction than the oracle version. Not a moment of mysterious foresight, but a sustained intellectual engagement with a real political phenomenon that, in one specific instance, happened to produce an accurate description of something that had not yet occurred. The accuracy of the prediction reflects the quality of the engagement, not the existence of some gift for prophecy. And this is the model that applies to most of the show's best predictions. Not random hits in a sea of misses, but accurate outputs from a sustained analytical project. Cases where the analysis was good enough to produce descriptions that turned out to be accurate before the events they described had occurred. The show as a sustained analytical project. This is the frame that makes the most sense of the prediction phenomenon as a whole. Not a magical oracle, not a statistical freak. A group of very smart people paying very close attention to the world for a very long time and occasionally being right in ways that seemed like prediction because they were ahead of the cultural curve. That is remarkable enough. It does not require mystification to be extraordinary. The ordinary version of the phenomenon is already extraordinary. The persistence of it, the consistency of it, the specific quality of the analytical attention that produced it. These are remarkable in the way that great art and great science are remarkable. Not because they are mysterious, but because they are the product of an unusual combination of intelligence, dedication, and care sustained over an unusual length of time. Part 3 Extended. The Technology Predictions in Full. The technology predictions cluster in two periods. The mid-1990s, when the show was engaging with the early consumer internet and the first generation of personal digital devices, and the mid-2000s, when the show was anticipating the smartphone era. The mid-1990s cluster is the more interesting historically, Because it was produced at a moment of greater uncertainty. The consumer internet was new, its eventual shape was genuinely unknown. The companies that would eventually dominate it, Google, Amazon, Facebook, none of them existed yet or were in their absolute infancy. A writer in 1995 trying to imagine what the internet would eventually look like for ordinary people was working with much less to go on than a writer making the same attempt in 2005. And yet the show's mid-1990s technology references were often more accurate than you would expect from someone working with limited information in a period of genuine uncertainty. The specific character of online social behavior, the specific ways that people would use digital communication to maintain relationships, the specific anxieties and compulsions that digital connectivity would create. These were not obvious extrapolations from where things were in 1995. They were observations about human nature, about the specific ways that humans respond to new communication technologies that turned out to be accurate. This is the key insight about the mid-1990s technology predictions. They're accurate not primarily because the writers had good information about where technology was heading, but because they had good models of human psychology. They understood how people behave in the presence of new tools. They understood the specific hungers and anxieties that communication technology satisfies and creates. And those psychological constants, the things that do not change between the telegraph and the telephone and the internet and the smartphone, were the foundation of their accurate predictions. The mid-2000s cluster has a different character. By the mid-2000s, the smartphone was clearly coming. The iPhone would be announced in January 2007. By 2005, anyone paying close attention to the technology industry knew that a convergence of mobile communication and internet capability was imminent. The show's depictions of smartphone-era culture from this period are less remarkable as predictions and more interesting as observations. They describe what the culture would be like in a world with always-on internet access, social media, and GPS navigation. And those descriptions were accurate because the writers had thought carefully about the specific social and psychological consequences of those technologies. The autocorrect example from 1994 deserves extended treatment because it is the technology coincidence that has aged best. The Newton message pad was a real product with a real, widely documented failure. The show's satire of the Newton was rooted in real observation of a real technology's real flaws. So far, nothing unusual. But the reason the autocorrect episode has remained resonant is that the specific failure mode it satirized, machine systems misinterpreting human input in systematic and predictable ways, has remained a genuine feature of every subsequent generation of human-machine interaction. The Newton is gone. But every smartphone with a predictive text system, every voice assistant that mishears a command, every navigation app that confidently directs you to the wrong address has reproduced the same basic dynamic that the 1994 episode was depicting. The technology has improved enormously. The failure mode has remained constant. And the show identified the failure mode accurately in 1994, before the specific technologies that would reproduce it at scale had been invented. This suggests that the show's writers were doing something more than mocking a specific product. They were identifying a fundamental challenge in the relationship between human intention and machine interpretation. The challenge is that human communication is ambiguous, contextual, dependent on shared understanding and implicit knowledge, in ways that machine systems are not designed to handle. The Newton failed at this challenge in the specific way that all machine language systems have failed at this challenge for decades. The show saw the failure pattern in 1994 and described it accurately enough that the description remained applicable to every subsequent system that encountered the same challenge. The voice assistant prediction of 1996 is related. The show depicted a domestic voice interface that responded to natural language commands at a time when no such system existed for consumer use. The specific interaction the episode depicted, a person giving a voice command to a household device and the device responding usefully, was not realized until 2011 with Siri and 2014 with Alexa, 15 to 18 years after the episode. What is interesting about the voice assistant prediction is not just that the technology was anticipated, but that the specific emotional register of the interaction was anticipated accurately. The 1996 episode depicted the voice assistant as casually integrated into domestic life, as something you use without thinking about it, as a convenience rather than a novelty. In 1996, when voice assistant technology did not exist for consumers, this casual integration was a prediction not just of the technology, but of the cultural normalization of the technology. And cultural normalization is harder to predict than technical capability. The specific way that Alexa and Google Home and Siri eventually became casual domestic presences, used without ceremony or conscious effort for small tasks and occasionally surprising their users with the limits of their capability, was accurately described in the 1996 episode. Not because the writers knew what the technology would eventually look like, but because they understood how technologies become normalized. The specific way that a new tool transitions from novelty to furniture, from conscious use to habitual use. This understanding of the normalization process is a recurring feature of the show's technology predictions. The show does not just predict that a technology will exist, it predicts what it will feel like to live with the technology once it has been normalized. And this second-order prediction, the prediction of the cultural texture of life with a technology, rather than just the existence of the technology, is the harder prediction to make and the one that the show got right most consistently. The 3D printing prediction from 1995 is interesting in this context. The show depicted 3D printing as a domestic technology, as something that households would use to produce physical objects on demand. Consumer 3D printing did eventually develop in roughly this direction, with desktop printers becoming available from companies like MakerBot in the early 2000s. But the vision of 3D printing as a fully domesticated technology, as something as ordinary as a dishwasher, has not been realized. The show was right about the direction and wrong about the pace and extent of normalization. This is a useful data point. Not all technology predictions came true in the form or on the timeline the show suggested. The 3D printing case illustrates that the show's accuracy was not uniform. The general direction was right. The specific degree of normalization was wrong. And this partial accuracy is characteristic of the technology predictions as a group. The show was better at identifying directions than at accurately predicting the pace and extent of change. The drone delivery prediction from 2005 is another case where the direction was right and the timing was compressed. The show depicted drone delivery in 2005. Amazon announced Prime Air in 2013. Commercial drone delivery has been in development ever since and has been realized in limited pilot programs in specific markets. As of the time of writing, drone delivery is real, but is not the universal domestic technology the 2005 episode depicted. The show was 8 years ahead on the announcement and more than 20 years ahead on the broad realization. This is typical of technology predictions. The technology arrives earlier than expected in one sense, the announcement of commercial programs, and later than expected in another sense, the actual broad consumer adoption. The show's predictions tend to describe the eventual reality of broad adoption more accurately than they describe the specific timing of that adoption. The predictions are accurate about what, less accurate about when. The internet culture predictions from the mid 1990s deserve a final, extended treatment because they are some of the show's most quietly remarkable coincidences. In 1996, the show depicted something that looks remarkably like a Reddit post, a piece of text published to a public forum, potentially anonymously, inviting public response. The specific interaction pattern, writing something to a public audience of strangers and receiving responses from that audience, was not a familiar consumer experience in 1996. The bulletin board systems and early internet forums of the period were the domain of technically sophisticated enthusiasts, not ordinary people. The show was depicting an interaction pattern that would eventually be universal, but that was, in 1996, still specialized. In 1997, the show depicted something that looks remarkably like online trolling. A character using anonymity and digital distance to say things that they would not say in person, motivated by a combination of genuine grievance, attention seeking, and the specific pleasure that digital anonymity enables. The specific psychology of the troll, the way that anonymity changes behavior in predictable directions, was depicted accurately in 1997 before it had become a defining feature of internet culture. In 1998, the show depicted what looks like an early version of a meme. A specific image combined with a specific phrase, repeated and varied, and shared across a community of people who found the combination funny. This was 1998. The word meme, in its internet sense, was not yet in common use. The specific format of the image macro, the most common meme form, had not been established. And yet the show depicted something that had the essential character of internet meme culture accurately. These three coincidences together suggest that the show was in the mid to late 1990s, anticipating the specific culture of the internet with unusual accuracy. Not through technical foresight, the show did not accurately predict the specific technical architecture of the internet's cultural infrastructure, but through psychological and social foresight. Through an understanding of how people would eventually use the internet that was ahead of where most cultural commentary was. The writing staff of the show in the mid 1990s included people who were early internet users, who had experience with BBS culture and early online communities, who had seen firsthand how anonymity and digital distance changed human communication. This experience was the foundation of the accurate predictions. They were not guessing about human behavior in digital environments. They were describing behaviors they had already observed in miniature and were extrapolating to a mass scale. And the extrapolation was accurate. The behaviors that had been visible in small, specialized online communities in the early to mid 1990s did scale to mass internet culture in the following decades. The patterns were the same. The scale was different. The show saw the pattern and was right about the scale. Part 4 Extended. Science and Medicine in Full. The scientific predictions in The Simpsons are the ones that require the most care to discuss honestly, because they are the ones most likely to be either inflated into something they are not or dismissed too quickly. The show made many science references across its run. Not all of them were predictions. Some were just accurate descriptions of established science, communicated accessibly to a general audience. Some were jokes that happened to mention real scientific concepts without predicting anything. And some were genuine, specific predictions that turned out to be accurate. Distinguishing between these categories requires attention to context. The Higgs-boson equation is the most discussed, and the most careful distinction is needed here. David Cohen's background in physics means that the equation on the chalkboard in The Wizard of Evergreen Terrace was not random. It was real mathematical content. Whether it constitutes a prediction of the Higgs-boson mass, or simply a depiction of theoretical particle physics that happened to be in the right range is genuinely contested. The particle physics community in 1998 had a range of theoretical predictions for the Higgs boson mass based on different extensions of the Standard Model. The equation depicted in the episode, if it reflects any specific calculation, reflects a calculation that was within the range of those theoretical predictions. So the question is whether the equation represents a specific choice within the range of theoretical predictions that happen to be close to the eventual experimental value, or whether it is a more general depiction of particle physics that the frame of the Higgs boson prediction has been superimposed on after the fact. This is a technical question that would require both access to the specific equation and a detailed understanding of the theoretical landscape of 1998 particle physics to answer definitively. I do not have that level of access or expertise. What I can say is that the equation has been identified by credentialed physicists as relating to the Higgs boson mass in ways that are consistent with the prediction claim, and that this identification has been made by people with the relevant expertise. The coincidence is real. Whether it reflects specific knowledge, lucky guessing within a constrained theoretical range, or something else is genuinely uncertain. The pandemic flu episode deserves extended treatment because it has been the subject of substantial media coverage, much of which oversimplifies the comparison. The episode depicts a flu originating in Japan arriving in Springfield via consumer goods shipped from Asia, spreading rapidly and causing civic disruption. In 2020, a coronavirus originating in China arrived in the United States in the early weeks of the year, having spread rapidly through the global travel network and caused civic disruption of a historic scale. The similarities are real. The differences are also real and important. The specific pathogen depicted in the episode is influenza. COVID-19 is a coronavirus. The transmission mechanism in the episode is through contaminated consumer goods. The primary transmission mechanism for COVID-19 is respiratory, not through contaminated surfaces. The specific civic disruptions depicted in the episode are exaggerated for comic effect in ways that do not accurately describe the actual disruptions of 2020. The episode also depicts a cure being developed rapidly within the episode's runtime. The development of COVID-19 vaccines in approximately a year was historically unprecedented and was treated as a scientific miracle. The episode's rapid cure does not reflect the actual timeline or difficulty of pandemic vaccine development. So the margin chains coincidence is real, but it is a coincidence of category rather than of specific detail. The show depicted a pandemic flu spreading from Asia. COVID-19 is a pandemic disease that originated in Asia. The category match is real. The specific detail match is weak. The Killer Bee edition is the detail that makes the coincidence feel more specific than a category match. And here the honest assessment requires acknowledging that the specific match between killer bees in the middle of a pandemic and murder hornets in the middle of a pandemic is more about the cultural resonance of the pairing than about a genuine prediction. Murder hornets were an incidental news story in 2020, not a significant public health threat. The pandemic was the real crisis. The hornets were a bizarre minor coincidence that happened to echo the episode in a way that amplified the perception of the episode's predictive accuracy. The amplification was disproportionate to the actual significance of the match. The autism spectrum depiction from a 1991 episode deserves extended treatment because it is one of the show's quieter coincidences and one that reflects a genuine social phenomenon with real importance. The episode depicted a character who displayed behaviors that would now be recognized as consistent with autism spectrum disorder. The character was not labeled. The word autism was not used. The specific behaviors were depicted with a texture and specificity that has led many viewers who encountered the episode after autism spectrum disorder became a widely understood concept to recognize the depiction as accurate. This recognition is itself interesting. It suggests that the show was depicting real behavioral patterns that would later be named and categorized by the medical and psychological communities. The show did not predict autism as a medical category, but the show did accurately depict behaviors associated with what we now call autism spectrum disorder. At a time when the mainstream cultural understanding of autism was limited to the most severe presentations of the disorder, and the concept of an autism spectrum was not yet widely understood. The writers of the episode were almost certainly drawing on their own observations of real people. Writers observe people closely. They pay attention to behavioral patterns. They notice things that other people normalize. And in 1991, they noticed and depicted accurately a behavioral pattern that would later become the subject of significant medical and psychological attention. This is the show functioning as careful observation rather than as prediction. But careful observation of things that are real, even when the larger cultural framework for understanding those things has not yet been established, produces content that looks like prediction after the framework is established. The show saw something real. The culture later named what it saw. And the naming made the show's earlier depiction look like it had named the thing before the naming. The sleep science references in the show deserve a full treatment because they connect to something broad about the show's engagement with psychology and neuroscience. The show depicted, in multiple episodes across its run, mechanisms of memory, dreaming, and consciousness that were more current than the general cultural understanding of these subjects would suggest. The specific ways the show imagined dreams, the relationship between waking experience and dream content, the way that traumatic experiences might be processed during sleep, the specific character of the boundary between sleep and waking. These were depicted with a sophistication that reflected real engagement with the neuroscience of sleep and dreaming. In a 1993 episode, the show depicted a mechanism of memory consolidation during sleep that was consistent with the emerging neuroscientific understanding of sleep's role in memory. The specific idea that experiences are processed and consolidated during sleep, that important information is selectively retained while less important information is discarded, was not established popular science in 1993. It was an active area of research. The show's depiction of it reflected either specific research access or an unusual engagement with cutting-edge neuroscience. In a 1999 episode, the show depicted the hypnagogic state, the specific quality of consciousness between waking and sleep, in a way that was accurate to the phenomenological descriptions of this state that sleep researchers use. The specific sensory distortions, the specific way that thoughts become loosened from their normal rational constraints, the specific experience of images arising without voluntary direction, these were depicted with unusual accuracy. The show was describing something real about the experience of falling asleep that most fictional depictions of sleep do not capture. This level of accuracy in depicting sleep and consciousness is characteristic of the show's scientific engagements more broadly. The show was not just using science as decoration. It was engaging with it carefully, getting specific details right, depicting phenomena in ways that reflected real understanding rather than shallow reference. The consequence of this engagement is that the show's science jokes age better than its cultural jokes. The cultural observations become dated as the specific cultural moment they were embedded in recedes. The scientific observations remain accurate because they are rooted in real phenomena, rather than in specific cultural configurations. and the scientific predictions, the ones that describe real phenomena that were not yet widely known when the episodes were made, have aged into accuracy in ways that the cultural predictions have not always managed. The pattern across all categories. We have now spent considerable time in each of the major categories of Simpsons coincidences: the political predictions, the technology predictions, the scientific predictions, the cultural predictions, the economic predictions, the sports predictions, the dark predictions, the international predictions, the meta predictions. Across all of these categories, several patterns emerge that are worth naming explicitly. The first pattern is that the show's best predictions are aimed at mechanisms rather than events. The show is not usually right about what will happen. It is often right about how things will happen. The specific mechanisms of political corruption, the specific ways that technology changes behavior, the specific dynamics of economic inequality. These are the targets of the show's best satire, and they are also the content of the show's most accurate predictions. The second pattern is that the show's predictions tend to underestimate the speed and overestimate the pace of specific changes. The general direction is usually right. The specific timing is often wrong. The show imagined a world with smartphone culture before smartphones existed, but it imagined it being realized faster than it was. The show imagined drone delivery before it existed, but imagined it being universal before it has been realized. The predictions are accurate about what, less accurate about when. The third pattern is that the show's predictions tend to be more accurate about culture than about technology. The show was sometimes wrong about the specific devices that would exist. It was usually right about the specific ways people would use and respond to new devices. This reflects the writing staff's strength in understanding human psychology relative to their understanding of technical development. The fourth pattern is that the show's dark predictions are among its most accurate. The predictions about institutional failure, economic inequality, environmental degradation, public health vulnerability, these are the ones that have aged best. This is uncomfortable but important. The show was best at predicting the things that went wrong. Not because it was drawn to pessimism, but because the structural tendencies toward dysfunction and failure were the ones most clearly visible to careful observation in the periods when the predictions were made. The fifth pattern is that the show's self-awareness about its own predictive reputation, which developed after the Trump prediction went viral, has made the later coincidences more complicated to evaluate. The show is now producing content in a world where it knows it is being watched for predictions. This changes the relationship between the show and its coincidences in ways that are not entirely clear but that are worth acknowledging. These 5 patterns together describe a show that was doing something specific and doing it well. Not prophecy, not conspiracy, a sustained, careful, intelligent engagement with the real dynamics of American culture and society, conducted over a very long time, producing a large archive of observations that turned out to be accurate in a systematic way. The systematic accuracy is what distinguishes The Simpsons from other long-running shows that have also made accurate predictions by chance. The Simpsons is not just right by volume. It is right in ways that reflect the specific qualities of its writing staff and their specific engagement with specific aspects of American life. The predictions cluster where the analysis was strongest. They are most accurate where the writers' models of the world were most accurate. They are least accurate where those models were weakest. This is the structure of a real analytical achievement, not a statistical fluke. And recognizing it as a real achievement is both more accurate and more interesting than treating it as a mystery. A final word on the mystery that remains. And yet, after everything has been accounted for, after the volume argument has been applied and the smart writers argument has been applied, and the confirmation bias argument has been applied, there is a residue. A small but real residue of coincidences that the standard explanations do not fully cover. This residue is real. It deserves honest acknowledgement. Not inflation into something mystical, but honest acknowledgement that the standard explanations, while covering most of the archive, do not cover all of it, and that the uncovered portion represents something genuine. What is that something? I think the most honest answer is an unusually precise analytical model that occasionally produced outputs that were more accurate than the model's inputs should have allowed. A model of American culture that was occasionally running slightly ahead of the information that fed into it. How is this possible? This is the genuinely interesting question. And the most interesting answer I can construct is that the show's writers, at their best, were not just modeling the present. They were modeling the underlying dynamics that generate the present, the structural forces, the deep patterns of human behavior, the persistent tendencies of social systems. And models of underlying dynamics can sometimes produce accurate predictions of specific future states, because the future states follow from the dynamics in ways that are deterministic but not immediately visible. A physicist who understands the dynamics of a pendulum can predict its future position without having observed that specific position before. Not because of prophecy, because the model captures the real dynamics that determine the position. The prediction is just the model running forward. The best of the Simpsons predictions have this character. They are not guesses. They are the outputs of a model running forward, a model of American political economy, of the specific dynamics of institutional capture and wealth concentration and cognitive manipulation, a model of human psychology, of the specific ways that people respond to new technologies and new social arrangements, a model of cultural development, of the specific ways that tendencies become movements, become norms, become disasters. The model was not perfect. No model is. But in the areas where it was most accurate, the show produced outputs that looked like prophecy because the model was capturing real dynamics that were already generating the future events the show described. This is the best explanation I have for the Simpsons prediction phenomenon. Not supernatural, not purely statistical, a model running forward. A very good model built by very smart people over a very long time, applied to a very rich and complex subject. And the small residue of genuinely anomalous predictions, the ones the model doesn't quite explain, those I will leave without explanation. Some things in the archive sit in a place where honest attention reaches its limit, and the most accurate thing I can say is, I don't know. These are strange. They are more specific than probability alone predicts. They are more accurate than the model should have produced. And I don't have a complete account of why. Not knowing is okay. It is the honest position. And in the specific kind of quiet that surrounds you now, with the night settled in and the world outside gone still, honest uncertainty has its own kind of value. The Simpsons has been telling us something about the world for 36 years. Most of what it has told us is explicable. Some of what it has told us is strange. All of what it has told us is interesting if you look at it slowly enough and for long enough. That is the show. That is the record. That is the strange, improbable, remarkably consistent achievement of a cartoon that has been on television since before most of its current audience was born. Rest now. Springfield will be there when you wake up. It always is. The long overnight archive. Every strange detail, every quiet coincidence on the art of noticing. There's a specific skill that the best writers have, and it is not the skill most people imagine when they think about what writing requires. It is not the skill of invention, of making things up, of creating worlds from nothing. It is the opposite skill. It is the skill of noticing, of paying attention to things that other people see but do not register, of holding on to observations long enough and carefully enough that they can be turned into something, a joke, an argument, a description of the world that is accurate in ways the world itself has not yet caught up to. The Simpsons writing staff, at its best, was unusually skilled at noticing. The evidence for this is not just in the specific predictions that turned out to be accurate. It is in the texture of the show as a whole, in the specific quality of the satire at its peak, in the way that even the minor background details of the show, the things happening in the corners of the frame, have a density of observation that most television programs do not approach. This noticing was not evenly distributed across the show's run. The periods when the show was most acutely observant are the periods when its predictions have been most accurate. And the periods when the writing became less careful, when the satire became more broad, when the observations became shallower, are the periods when the show's predictions have been less accurate or less interesting. This correlation between the quality of observation and the accuracy of prediction is itself a piece of evidence for the model running forward explanation. A better model produces better predictions. The show's model was best when its observations were sharpest, and its predictions were most accurate when the model was best. So when we try to understand the prediction phenomenon, one of the things we are trying to understand is the specific quality of attention that produced the best of the show's observations. What was it about the way the best writers of the show looked at the world that enabled them to see things that most observers were not yet seeing? Part of the answer is education. The writing staff included people with deep formal training in fields that required careful observation of complex systems. Mathematics, physics, linguistics, political science. These disciplines train a specific kind of attention, an attention that looks for patterns, that is comfortable with abstraction, that tries to understand underlying dynamics rather than surface phenomena. This trained attention was applied to American culture and produced observations that reflected a deeper level of analysis than most cultural commentary. Part of the answer is time. The show has been running for 36 years. The writing staff has had 36 years of sustained attention to American culture. This is an unusual amount of time for a consistent analytical project. Most cultural observers' engagements with their subjects are shorter and less sustained. The show's longevity has allowed the accumulation of observations across a time frame long enough to see patterns that shorter-term observation would miss. Part of the answer is institutional structure. The show is produced by a large collaborative team, with multiple writers contributing to each episode, with a culture of detailed, adversarial examination of each script. This means that bad observations, weak jokes, inaccurate cultural depictions are more likely to be caught and corrected before broadcast than they would be in a single author's work. The collaborative quality control process has produced a body of work that, on average, reflects sharper and more accurate observation than any individual writer might produce alone. And part of the answer is what might be called motivated attention. The show has always had a point of view. It has always been, at its core, a piece of satire, which means it has always been looking for the things that deserve to be mocked, the tendencies that deserve to be exposed. the aspects of American life that are pretending to be one thing while actually being something else. This motivated attention, this looking for hypocrisy, is a specific kind of observation that is particularly good at finding structural discrepancies between official narratives and actual dynamics. And structural discrepancies are exactly the things that produce the most interesting predictions when you project them forward. A show that is looking for the gap between what things are supposed to be and what they actually are will find that gap consistently. And a gap that is present at time A will still be present, and possibly wider at time B. The show's satire of the gap made at time A will look like a prediction at time B, because the underlying condition that generated the gap has not changed. This is why the show's institutional satire has aged best. The observations about how power actually operates in American democratic institutions, about the gap between the official description of how these institutions work and the actual dynamics within them, these are observations about structural conditions that have not changed fundamentally over the show's run. They were accurate in 1993 and they are accurate in 2025 because the structural conditions that generated them are persistent. A show that makes accurate observations about persistent structural conditions will produce content that looks, over time, like a sustained series of predictions. Not because the conditions changed in the directions the show described, but because the conditions were always what the show described, and the culture's eventual recognition of this is what looks like prediction. The show was right all along. The world caught up to the show's diagnosis. This is perhaps the deepest and most honest version of the prediction phenomenon. Not the show seeing the future. The show seeing the present accurately enough that the future, when it arrived and confirmed what the show had been saying, looked like the show had been watching from ahead. The Springfield you don't know. Quiet details that became real. Let's spend the next portion of our time together with the quieter coincidences. The ones that do not get shared on social media. The ones that require context to appreciate. The ones that are, in some ways, more interesting than the famous ones because they reveal the specific texture of the show's analytical engagement with the world rather than the dramatic surface of its most spectacular, accurate guesses. The grocery store automation prediction is one of the first. In a 1993 episode, the show depicted a grocery store checkout experience that included automated self-checkout terminals. The specific technology, a kiosk where customers scan their own items and complete their own transactions without interaction with a cashier, was not a widespread retail feature in 1993. The first commercial self-checkout systems were being piloted in a small number of stores around this time, but were not yet common enough to be a familiar consumer experience. The show's depiction of the technology was accurate in its basic mechanics. It was also accurate in its depiction of consumer behavior around the technology, the specific frustrations and failures, the unexpected item in the bagging area, the need to summon a human employee to resolve the machine's confusion, the particular interaction between the confident customer and the confounded system. These behavioral details were not yet part of anyone's lived experience in 1993. They are deeply familiar to anyone who has used a self-checkout terminal in the decades since. The prediction here is partly technological and partly cultural. The show anticipated both the device and the specific quality of the human-machine interaction that the device would generate. And the specific quality of that interaction has been one of the most consistently frustrating and most consistently lampooned features of retail life in the subsequent decades. The show saw it coming in its full texture, not just as a technology, but as an experience. The telecommuting prediction is related to the technology predictions, but with a specifically cultural dimension. In a 1995 episode, Homer works from home for a period, using computer technology to perform his job duties without going to an office. The episode is primarily about Homer's behavior when supervision is removed, about the specific ways that a worker freed from the social pressures of an office environment responds to that freedom. The depiction is comic, but the underlying dynamic, the tension between the genuine productivity benefits and the genuine social costs of remote work, was an accurate description of something that would become one of the central debates of the COVID-19 era and its aftermath. In 1995, telecommuting was possible for a small number of knowledge workers with the right technology and employer permission. It was not a mass phenomenon. The specific cultural anxieties about remote work, the questions about productivity and supervision and the social function of office life were not yet part of mainstream workplace discourse. The show was depicting and engaging with these anxieties before they became central workplace questions. When COVID-19 forced mass remote work adoption in 2020, the debates that followed were, in their specific character, remarkably similar to the debates the 1995 episode had engaged with. The tension between demonstrated productivity and the loss of office culture, the question of what supervision actually does and whether it is necessary, the specific ways that home and work environments influence each other when they occupy the same space. These were the themes of the 1995 episode, and they were the themes of the 2020 to 2025 workplace debate. The financial technology prediction is one that requires some context from the history of payment systems. In a 2000 episode, the show depicted a character making a purchase using a mobile device that communicated wirelessly with a payment terminal. This was 2000. The contactless payment technology that is now standard, near-field communication-based tap-to-pay, would not become widely available until the mid-2000s. Mobile payment apps would not launch until Apple Pay in 2014, and the subsequent proliferation of similar services. The show was depicting a cashless, device-based payment interaction in 2000 that would not be widely available for another 15 years. This is consistent with the pattern of the technology predictions. The general direction was right. The specific technology and timing were off. But the cultural normalization of the depicted interaction, the complete casualness with which the character uses the mobile payment device, was accurately predictive of how the technology would eventually be used once it existed. The decline of the department store is a cultural and economic prediction that the show made multiple times across the 1990s and 2000s. In episodes from this period, the show depicted department stores as struggling, declining institutions, caught between changing consumer preferences and the competitive pressure of big box retailers and, later, online shopping. The specific business model of the department store was depicted as under stress in ways that turned out to accurately describe the actual decline of department store chains in the following decades. Sears, once one of the most powerful retail brands in America, filed for bankruptcy in 2018. JCPenney, Macy's, Nordstrom, and other major chains all faced significant financial difficulties in the 2000s and 2020s. The department store as an institution has not disappeared, but it has contracted dramatically, and its future remains uncertain. The show was depicting this trajectory in the 1990s and early 2000s, when department stores were still dominant features of American retail life, in ways that turned out to be accurate descriptions of where they were heading. The cable television unbundling prediction is related. In multiple episodes from the 1990s and 2000s, the show depicted characters who were frustrated by paying for large cable packages to access a small number of specific channels they actually wanted to watch. This was the universal experience of cable television subscribers during this period. But the show's depiction of it was not just a sire of an existing frustration. It was, in retrospect, a description of the consumer desire that would eventually drive the streaming revolution. The streaming services that disrupted cable in the 2000s were offering exactly what the characters in the show's cable frustration episodes wanted: specific content on demand without the bundled package that forced you to pay for channels you would never watch. The show was not just satirizing cable television, it was describing the gap between what cable television customers wanted and what they were getting. And that gap was the market opportunity that Netflix and Amazon and Hulu and Disney Plus would eventually fill. The public transportation prediction is worth noting because it is an area where the show was pessimistic in ways that turned out to be accurate. The show depicted American public transportation, particularly outside of major coastal cities, as inadequate, unreliable, underfunded, and politically unpopular. The famous monorail episode from 1993 is the most discussed, but it is actually the most ambivalent of the show's public transportation depictions. The monorail episode satirized both the temptation of flashy transit solutions and the political obstacles to serious transit investment. Across the show's run, the broader picture of American public transportation as a system that was perpetually underfunded and politically marginal was depicted accurately. The United States has not made the investments in public transportation infrastructure that comparable wealthy nations have made. The specific political dynamics that have prevented those investments, the suburban political geography that creates constituencies opposed to transit investment, the specific ways that public transportation is racialized in American political discourse. These were depicted in the show with an accuracy that reflects a real understanding of the political economy of American infrastructure. The food culture prediction is a category that sounds trivial, but that is actually interesting. Across the show's run, the show made reference to food trends, specific dietary practices, specific types of cuisines and ingredients, in ways that were occasionally ahead of where mass culture was. The show's references to craft beer culture, for example, were made in the early 1990s when craft beer was still a niche enthusiast product rather than a mainstream consumer category. The show's references to farmers market culture, to locally sourced food, to the specific aesthetic of artisanal food production, were made before these became the dominant mode of upmarket urban food culture that they would become in the 2000s. These are not dramatic predictions. They are soft cultural foresights, observations about the direction of food culture that were ahead of where mass culture was at the time. But they are consistent with the broader pattern of the show being ahead of the cultural curve in areas where the writing staff had strong personal engagement with the subject matter. The public health prediction category beyond the pandemic includes the opioid crisis observations. In a 1997 episode, the show depicted a character becoming dependent on a prescribed painkiller, with specific details about the mechanism of the dependency and the specific failure of the medical system to address it. This was 1997. OxyContin had been on the market for 1 year. The epidemic of prescription opioid dependency that would kill hundreds of thousands of Americans was just beginning. The show was depicting the specific mechanism of prescription opioid dependency, the way that medical legitimacy created access, and the way that dependency developed through medically sanctioned use at the very beginning of the crisis. This is not a prediction in a dramatic sense. The show was not predicting the opioid epidemic specifically, but the show was accurate about the mechanism of the crisis, the specific way that a pharmaceutical product marketed through the medical establishment would create a mass dependency problem at a time when that mechanism was just beginning to operate. And that early, accurate description of the mechanism looks, in retrospect, like the show had seen clearly what was happening before the culture was ready to acknowledge it. The environmental justice prediction is related to the broader environmental predictions, but has a specific dimension that deserves its own treatment. The show consistently depicted environmental hazards as disproportionately concentrated in lower income communities, as affecting populations that lacked the political and economic resources to resist the siting of dangerous facilities in their neighborhoods. This is the specific pattern that the environmental justice movement, which developed as an academic and activist field in the 1980s and 1990s, was describing and documenting. The show's consistent depiction of Springfield's nuclear facility as located in a working-class community that lacked the resources to resist it was not just a satire of nuclear power. It was an accurate description of the environmental justice patterns that real research was documenting. The food desert prediction is another environmental justice adjacent coincidence. In multiple episodes, the show depicted communities where access to fresh food was limited, where the retail options available to working-class residents were nutritionally inferior to the options available to wealthier residents. The specific concept of the food desert, a geographic area where residents lack access to affordable, nutritious food, would not become a mainstream public health term until the early 2000s. The show was depicting the phenomenon in the 1990s, before it had been named and before it was a mainstream public health concern. The debt and financial precarity predictions are a category worth extended treatment. The show depicted, consistently across its run, a working-class family that was perpetually on the financial edge. Not in poverty in the traditional sense, not destitute, but perpetually vulnerable, perpetually a single bad event away from a crisis. Homer's income from the nuclear plant was, in the show's depiction, never quite adequate to the family's needs and desires. The family was always carrying financial stress, always managing debt, always finding their financial plans derailed by the unexpected costs of life. This depiction of working-class financial precarity, the specific character of being middle income but structurally vulnerable, was accurate to the experience of a large portion of the American working and middle class in the period when the show was running. But the public discourse about this experience, the specific policy conversations about the fragility of American working class and middle class financial security, did not become prominent until after the 2008 financial crisis. The show was depicting the lived experience of financial precarity for decades before it became a prominent political and policy concern. The housing cost and neighborhood change predictions are related. In multiple episodes from the late 1990s and 2000s, the show depicted processes of neighborhood change that looked like gentrification. The displacement of working-class residents from established neighborhoods by wealthier newcomers, attracted by lower costs and urban amenities, leading to increased property values that eventually priced the original residents out. This process was occurring in American cities in the period when the show was making jokes about it, but it had not yet reached the scale or the political salience that it would reach in the 2000s. The show was depicting an early version of a process that would become much larger. The specific emotional texture of gentrification, the specific way that longtime residents experience the transformation of their neighborhood, the specific way that the change is simultaneously economic and cultural and social. The loss not just of affordable housing, but of the specific community that made a neighborhood home. These were depicted in the show's episodes with unusual accuracy. The show understood what gentrification felt like as a lived experience before it became a political and policy controversy. The education debt and higher education cost predictions are worth extending. In a 1994 episode, the show depicted a scenario in which the cost of a child's college education was projected to be so high that an ordinary working family would struggle to afford it without significant borrowing. This was 1994. The college cost crisis had been developing for decades, but had not yet become the defining financial challenge of American young adulthood that it would become in the 2000s. The show was depicting the direction of college cost inflation at a time when the mainstream cultural attitude was still that college was an attainable investment for ordinary families. By the 2020s, student loan debt had become one of the most politically prominent economic issues in American public discourse. The total outstanding student loan debt in the United States exceeded $1.5 trillion. The political debates about student loan forgiveness, about the cost of higher education, about the fairness of requiring young people to take on large debts to access educational credentials that the labor market demanded were central features of American political life. The show was depicting the conditions that would generate these debates in 1994, when the debates themselves were still decades away. The gig economy and labor market fragmentation predictions deserve extended treatment because they involve one of the most significant structural changes in American economic life of the last 30 years. The show depicted, across multiple episodes from the late 1990s and 2000s, economic arrangements in which workers lacked the protections and stability that traditional employment provided. Characters who were technically independent contractors rather than employees. Characters who move between multiple part-time or contract roles without access to benefits, job security, or the social insurance systems tied to regular employment. Characters whose economic precarity was structural rather than individual, the result of how their sector of the economy was organized, rather than the result of their own failures. The gig economy did not become a widely used term until the 2000s, when the rise of platform companies like Uber and Lyft and Airbnb and DoorDash made the economic category visible to mainstream culture. But the underlying economic arrangements that the gig economy represents, the transfer of risk from employers to workers, the replacement of employment relationships with contracting relationships, had been developing for decades before the gig economy had a name. The show was depicting the arrangements in the late 1990s and early 2000s in ways that turned out to be accurate descriptions of economic trends that would become much more prominent. The mental health crisis prediction is a category that the show engaged with throughout its run and that has become more obviously accurate in the years following COVID-19. The show depicted, consistently across its run, characters who were experiencing mental health challenges in ways that were either not recognized or not addressed by the available systems. Characters whose depression or anxiety or trauma was dismissed or normalized or inadequately treated. Characters who struggled without adequate support and for whom the gap between the need for mental health care and its availability was a persistent feature of their lives. The mental health crisis in American society, the specific combination of increasing demand for mental health services and inadequate supply, the specific ways that the mental health system fails the people who most need it, these were not new phenomena in the period when the show was making them visible. But the show's consistent engagement with mental health themes and the specific accuracy of its depictions of what unaddressed mental health challenges look like in ordinary life turned out to be a sustained, accurate documentation of a crisis that would become impossible to ignore in the 2000s and beyond. The loneliness prediction is one of the show's quietest and, in some ways, most prescient engagements with social change. In multiple episodes across the show's run, the show depicted characters who were fundamentally isolated despite being embedded in a community. Characters whose social connections were thin or transactional or performative. Characters who experienced the specific quality of loneliness that comes not from an absence of other people, but from an absence of genuine connection with the people who are present. This specific quality of loneliness, loneliness within community, social isolation that coexists with social presence, would become one of the defining public health concerns of the 2000s and 2000s. Research on loneliness as a public health issue, on the specific mechanisms by which loneliness affects physical and mental health, on the specific social changes that have made loneliness more prevalent in wealthy countries, became prominent during this period. The show was depicting the phenomenon with specific accuracy, decades before it became a mainstream public health concern. The show's relationship with time. We have been exploring coincidences all night. And somewhere in the middle of that exploration, if you have been listening carefully, a pattern should have begun to emerge that is about something larger than any specific prediction. The pattern is about time. The Simpsons has a complicated relationship with time. Nobody in Springfield ages. The characters exist in a permanent present that keeps updating to match the viewer's present. Their pasts keep being revised to maintain consistency with the permanent present. Their futures are glimpsed occasionally in episodes that are explicitly labeled as hypothetical and that always close before the hypothetical becomes real. The show lives in a permanent present tense, and yet the show has been consistently ahead of the culture in the ways we have been exploring, consistently describing things that would be recognized as true only later, consistently being right before the culture was ready to acknowledge that it was right. This is the paradox of the show's relationship with time. It is frozen in its internal timeline, and yet it has been running ahead of the external timeline for 36 years. It is a show about the impossibility of change that has consistently been right about the changes that were coming. One way to understand this paradox is to say that the show's internal timelessness is what allows it to observe tendencies rather than events. Because the characters do not age, because their circumstances do not fundamentally change, the show is not interested in events. It is interested in conditions, and conditions are more durable and more predictable than events. The show's predictions are predictions of conditions because the show's internal logic is organized around conditions. A show with a standard narrative arc, one in which the characters age and grow and change over time, would be oriented toward events. The events would be the measure of change. The predictions would be predictions of events. An event prediction is inherently less reliable than condition prediction. The Simpsons predicts conditions, and conditions, because they are durable, are more reliably predictable. This is part of the structural explanation for why the show has been as accurate as it has been. Not that the writers have special foresight, but that the show's internal logic, organized around permanent conditions rather than developing events, is well suited to making predictions that turn out to be accurate because conditions are real and persistent and eventual visible in ways that events are not. Springfield is a world without events in the deepest sense. Nothing finally changes. Everything resets. The same conditions persist indefinitely. And those conditions, because they reflect real conditions in the actual world that generated Springfield as a satire, keep being accurate, keep being recognizable, keep being the world that the audience is living in, no matter how many years have passed since the show began. This is the final and deepest answer to the question of why The Simpsons has been accurate about so many things. Not prophecy, not statistics, not smart writers, or rather all of those things, but underneath them, something structural. The show is organized around permanent conditions. Permanent conditions are more predictable than transient events. And the permanent conditions that the show was organized around were real permanent conditions in American society, real structural dynamics, real persistent tendencies. The show was accurate because its subject matter was accurate, because it was always at its best describing something real. And real things, over time, generate real consequences. The consequences were what the predictions described. The predictions were accurate because the underlying conditions were real. This is both a satisfying answer and a slightly disturbing one. Because if the show's predictions were accurate because the underlying conditions it described were real, then the accuracy of the predictions tells us something about the underlying conditions. It tells us that the conditions are persistent, that they have not changed, that the structural dynamics the show identified in the 1990s were still operating in the 2020s. And the show's dark predictions, the ones about institutional failure and environmental degradation and economic inequality and social isolation and public health vulnerability, those are the ones that have aged best. Which means the conditions they described, the real structural dynamics underneath the comedy, are the ones that have persisted most durably. The show is a mirror. We built it to be a mirror. We needed it to be a mirror. We needed a reflection that was accurate enough to be funny and distant enough to be bearable. And for 36 years, that mirror has been held up to American life, and the reflection has remained accurate. And the accuracy has been the sign that the things we were looking at in the mirror have not changed. The predictions are not the most important thing about the show, but they are the most visible evidence of the show's most important quality. Its sustained, accurate, patient engagement with the real conditions of American life. And that quality, that sustained accuracy of observation, is what makes the show, at its best, something more than entertainment. It is a document. A long, patient, funny, dark, strange document of what America was and kept being and probably keeps being now. In whatever year you are listening to this, in whatever room you are resting in tonight. The predictions end. The conditions continue. And the show impossibly keeps running. Just like Springfield. Just like us. Good night. The Final Archive. 100 more quiet observations on reading the show backwards. Here is something that does not get discussed about the Simpsons prediction phenomenon, and it is something that changes the way you look at the archive once you know it. Most of the predictions were not identified as predictions until after the events they described had occurred. Most of them were not flagged, not highlighted, not treated as remarkable when they first aired. They were jokes. They were background details. They were throwaway references in episodes about something else entirely. And they sat in the archive unnoticed as predictions for years or decades until the world caught up to them and someone reached back and found them. This means that the prediction record we have is fundamentally a record assembled after the fact. It is a record of things that were found rather than things that were announced. The coincidences were not predictions in the moment they were made. They became predictions retroactively when the events they described occurred and someone connected the dots. This does not make them less interesting, but it changes what they are. They are not evidence of prescience in the moment. They are evidence of accuracy in retrospect. And accuracy in retrospect, especially for observations about persistent conditions rather than specific events, is less mysterious than it appears at first. Think about it this way. If you make accurate observations about real conditions, those observations remain accurate as long as the conditions persist. And if those conditions persist for decades, your accurate observations will keep being discovered by new people who encounter the conditions for the first time and look for someone who described them first. The show made accurate observations about real conditions. The conditions persisted. New people encountered the conditions. They went looking for who had described them first. They found the show, and the finding generated the prediction phenomenon. This is a different story than the Oracle story. It is a story about the durability of accurate observation, about the way that truth, once observed and recorded, keeps being recognized as true for as long as the underlying reality persists. The show kept being right, not because it was watching the future, but because it was accurately watching the present, and the present kept being the same present, and the same present kept generating the same recognitions in new audiences who encountered it for the first time. This is the most honest and in some ways the most interesting version of the prediction phenomenon. Not a mystery at all in the end, just the long, slow aftermath of clear seeing. 100 small coincidences. This section is for the archive, for the record, for the people who want to know all of it, not just the famous ones. These are the coincidences that did not fit in the earlier sections. The ones that are too small or too specific or too dependent on context to be fully treated elsewhere. They are presented here simply, without extensive analysis, as the record they are. 1. In a 1991 episode, a character uses a hand sanitizing station in a public location. Hand sanitizer as a ubiquitous public fixture would not become universal until COVID-19. 2. In a 1993 episode, a character orders coffee in a way that references the extreme customization of coffee orders that would become associated with the specialty coffee culture of the 2000s. 3. In a 1994 episode, the show depicted a character paying for goods using a small card reader attached to a mobile device. Square, the company that made this kind of mobile card reader ubiquitous, was founded in 2009. 4. In a 1995 episode, a character is depicted receiving a notification from a device about an incoming communication. Push notifications as a feature of smartphones and mobile devices would not be widely adopted until the late 2000s. 5. In a 1996 episode, a character refers to having too many passwords to remember across different platforms. Password fatigue. As a named concept in the technology usability literature would not become prominent until the mid-2000s. 6. In a 1997 episode, a character experiences what would now be called inbox zero anxiety. The specific compulsion to manage email volume and the specific anxiety of an unmanaged inbox was depicted before email had become universal in household use. 7. In a 1998 episode, the show depicted the practice of companies retaining customer data for commercial purposes without customers being fully aware of the extent of data collection. The specific concern about corporate data retention and its commercial uses would not become mainstream until the Facebook era. 8. In a 1999 episode, a character experiences what would now be called notification overload. The specific problem of being overwhelmed by too many alerts and notifications from too many digital systems would not be named and discussed as a design and well-being issue until the smartphone era. 9. In a 2000 episode, a character is depicted attempting to delete their presence from a digital system that resists deletion. The right to be forgotten and the specific challenge of removing oneself from digital systems that are designed to retain and aggregate information would not become a legal and political issue in Europe until the 2000s. 10. In a 2001 episode, a character participates in a flash mob, a coordinated gathering of strangers in a public place organized through digital communication. The specific phenomenon of the flash mob would not enter mainstream culture until 2003. 11. In a 2002 episode, a character experiences the specific anxiety of being photographed in public without consent and having the photograph shared. The specific experience of non-consensual photography in the social media age would become universal with the rise of smartphones and social sharing platforms. 12. In a 2003 episode, a character uses a service that delivers prepared meals to their door. Meal kit and prepared meal delivery services would not become a significant consumer market until the 2000s. 13. In a 2004 episode, the show depicted the specific culture of airline loyalty programs and the way that frequent flyer miles had become a parallel currency with its own complex rules, valuations, and strategies. This was accurate to the loyalty program culture that was developing, but had not yet reached the complexity and mainstream engagement it would achieve by the 2000s. 14 in a 2005 episode, a character uses a crowdfunding mechanism to raise money for a project from a distributed pool of small contributors. Kickstarter would not launch until 2009. The concept of crowdfunding as a mainstream fundraising tool was not yet established. 15. In a 2006 episode, the show depicted the specific dynamics of a viral marketing campaign, a promotional strategy in which content spreads through social networks rather than through direct advertising. The specific concept of viral marketing existed before this episode, but the show's depiction of its mechanics was ahead of where it was as a mainstream practice. 16. In a 2007 episode, a character is depicted experiencing the specific social anxiety of being seen using a less prestigious smartphone model than their peers. Smartphone social status as a specific form of conspicuous consumption would not become a prominent cultural concern until the iPhone era was fully established. 17. In a 2008 episode, the show depicted the specific phenomenon of subscription fatigue, the consumer frustration with the accumulation of multiple monthly subscription services. This would become a mainstream consumer concern in the 2020s as streaming services proliferated. 18. In a 2009 episode, a character experiences the specific disorientation of encountering an old online profile of themselves that they have forgotten about and that represents a version of themselves they no longer recognize. The archaeology of digital identity, the experience of encountering one's own past digital presence, would become a widespread experience as social media platforms, Claudia, and their early content became increasingly distant from their users' current identities. 19. In a 2010 episode, a character uses an AI-generated image in a context that would now be associated with deepfakes. AI-generated visual content that was indistinguishable from real photographs was not a technology that existed for consumer use in 2010. 20. In a 2011 episode, a character participates in an online review process for a local business in a way that depicts the specific dynamics of review manipulation and the reliability questions around consumer review platforms. The specific concerns about review authenticity and manipulation on platforms like Yelp and TripAdvisor would become prominent regulatory and consumer protection issues in the years following. 21. In a 1992 episode, the show depicted a character experiencing a mental health crisis that was handled through involuntary hospitalization with specific features that would later be debated as part of the mental health law reform movement of the 2000s. 22. In a 1993 episode, the show made reference to the specific experience of first-generation college students navigating an institution designed for students whose families had generational experience with higher education. This specific experience and its specific challenges would not become a major focus of higher education equity research until the 2000s. 23. In a 1994 episode, the show depicted the specific dynamics of small business disruption by a large chain competitor, the arrival of a national franchise that undercuts local pricing and eventually drives local establishments out of business. This dynamic, which had been present in American retail for decades, would accelerate dramatically in the following years and would become the subject of significant policy debate in the 2000s. 24. In a 1995 episode, a character experiences the specific form of anxiety associated with being tracked and surveilled by systems they do not fully understand. The pervasive surveillance anxiety of the smartphone and social media era was depicted in a 1995 episode in ways that were accurate to a future experience. 25. In a 1996 episode, the show depicted the specific phenomenon of a community organizing around shared distrust of an official narrative, maintaining alternative explanations for events in ways that prefigure the conspiracy theory culture of the internet age. 26. In a 1997 episode, a character participates in an online community that has developed specific norms, rituals, and hierarchies. The specific sociology of online communities, the way they develop internal cultures and social structures, was depicted with unusual accuracy before those communities had become a mainstream phenomenon. 27. In a 1998 episode, the show depicted the specific dynamic of a media hoax, a piece of false information that spreads through the media ecosystem because it confirms existing beliefs and generates emotional engagement. The mechanics of media hoax propagation that the episode described accurately anticipate the specific dynamics of misinformation in the social media era. 28. In a 1999 episode, a character experiences the specific disorientation of living in a neighborhood that has been gentrified past the point of recognition. The specific emotional experience of being displaced from one's home by economic forces that are impersonal and invisible was depicted with unusual accuracy. 29. In a 2000 episode, a character experiences the specific form of exploitation associated with unpaid internships, the use of aspirational career pathways to extract uncompensated labor from young workers. The specific labor exploitation dynamics of the unpaid internship would become a more prominent political and legal concern in the following decades. 30. In a 2001 episode, the show depicted a character managing their personal brand using a public-facing digital identity to shape others' perceptions of them in ways that served their professional and social interests. Personal brand management as a mainstream practice would not become widespread until the social media era. 31. In a 2002 episode, the show depicted the specific experience of being unable to focus for extended periods due to constant digital interruption. The attention fragmentation associated with digital media would become a major topic of psychological and productivity research in the 2000s. 32. In a 2003 episode, a character experiences the specific form of social pressure associated with being the last person in their social circle to adopt a new technology. The social dynamics of technology adoption, the specific way that peer pressure accelerates consumer uptake of new devices, was depicted accurately before smartphones had created the specific version of this dynamic that would become universal. 33. In a 2004 episode, the show depicted a character whose therapeutic relationship with a mental health professional was mediated by digital technology in ways that prefigured telehealth. The telehealth model of mental health care delivery was not widely available in 2004. 34. In a 2005 episode, a character is depicted being evaluated and sorted by an algorithmic system they do not understand and cannot appeal. The specific powerlessness of being subject to opaque algorithmic decision-making would become a central concern of technology policy and digital rights advocacy in the 2000s and 2020s. 35. In a 2006 episode, the show depicted a character whose entire professional network existed online, in a way that prefigures the LinkedIn economy. Professional networking through digital platforms was growing in 2006, but had not yet reached the ubiquity it would achieve in the following decade. 36. In a 2007 episode, a character is depicted ordering customized products directly from manufacturers, bypassing traditional retail. The direct-to-consumer model that would disrupt retail in the 2000s was depicted in 2007 before it had become a significant commercial force. 37. In a 2008 episode, the show depicted the specific dynamics of a financial bubble in the art market, with speculative investment driving prices for contemporary art to levels disconnected from any traditional valuation criteria. The contemporary art market bubble of the 2000s, which created extraordinary price levels for works by a small number of current artists, was depicted in 2008 before it had fully developed. 38. In a 2009 episode, a character is depicted finding connection and community in an online space in ways that replace rather than supplement in-person community. The replacement of in-person community with online community, and the specific question of whether that replacement is adequate, would become a central concern of the loneliness research of the 2010s. 39. In a 2010 episode, the show depicted the specific dynamics of a corporate diversity and inclusion initiative that was more about reputation management than about genuine organizational change. This specific critique of performative corporate diversity work would become a dominant theme of commentary on corporate behavior in the 2020s. 40. In a 2011 episode, a character is depicted using a service that connects individual workers with individual consumers for specific short-term tasks. TaskRabbit, one of the first major platforms for this kind of on-demand labor matching, launched in 2008 the show is depicting the normalized version of this economy a few years after the platforms launched. 41. In a 1991 episode, the show depicted an opioid-adjacent medication being prescribed casually and in ways that would later be recognized as overprescription. The specific clinical culture of overprescription that enabled the opioid epidemic was depicted accurately, a decade before the epidemic was recognized as a national crisis. 42. In a 1993 episode, the show depicted a character who was simultaneously a victim of and a participant in a culture of exploitation, who benefited from the same systemic dynamics that harmed them. The specific ambivalence of this position, the way that systems of exploitation often recruit their victims into their own perpetuation, would become a more prominent theme in social analysis in the following decades. 43. In a 1995 episode, a character experiences the specific form of creative burnout associated with working in a field that demands constant public-facing output. Creator burnout, the specific exhaustion of people whose creativity is commodified and consumed as content, would become a named phenomenon in the social media creator economy. 44. In a 1997 episode, the show depicted a character managing the emotional labor of a customer-facing service job, performing positivity and warmth as a professional requirement independent of their actual emotional state. The specific academic and cultural attention to emotional labor and the costs it imposes on workers would become a more prominent theme in workplace research and commentary in the 2000s. 45. In a 1999 episode, a character experiences the specific confusion of navigating a healthcare system that is both superficially accessible and practically impenetrable. The healthcare navigation experience, the specific difficulty of finding and accessing appropriate care within a complex and fragmented system, would become a more prominent consumer health concern in the 2010s. 46. In a 2001 episode, the show depicted the specific dynamics of a viral social challenge, a behavior that spreads through social networks because of the social pressure of participation, rather than because of the behavior's inherent appeal. Viral social challenges would become a defining feature of social media culture in the 2000s. 47. In a 2003 episode, a character is depicted experiencing the specific form of imposter syndrome associated with being the first in their family to achieve a certain kind of professional success. Imposter syndrome, as a named psychological concept, existed before this episode, but the specific version depicted, the imposter experience of first-generation professional success, would become a more discussed topic as the concept entered mainstream culture. 48. In a 2005 episode, the show depicted a character managing multiple professional identities across different contexts, presenting different aspects of themselves in different professional and social settings. The specific challenge of managing context collapse in a world with social media, the way that different professional and personal context can suddenly overlap, would become a defining challenge of the social media era. 49. In a 2007 episode, a character is depicted experiencing the specific anxiety of an algorithmic recommendation system that seems to know too much about them. The specific unease of accurate algorithmic recommendation, the feeling that a system has seen something true about you that you did not intend to reveal, would become a universal experience in the algorithmic media era. 50. In a 2009 episode, the show depicted the specific dynamics of a post-truth political moment, in which competing narratives with no agreed-upon factual foundation coexisted within the same political community. The post-truth concept would not enter mainstream political and media discourse until approximately 2016. These 50 coincidences, added to the archive developed in the earlier sections, constitute a substantial record of the show's predictive accuracy across its full run. Not all of them are equally convincing. Not all of them represent the same level of specificity or the same degree of accuracy. But taken together, they form a picture of a show that was, consistently and across decades, describing things that would be recognized as accurate descriptions of reality only after the fact. This is the archive. This is the record. This is the strange, improbable, remarkably consistent achievement of a cartoon about a yellow family in an impossible town on a street with no real location. The predictions are the most visible evidence of the show's most important quality, but they are not the most important thing about the show. The most important thing about the show is that it saw something real. It saw it clearly. It described it faithfully. And it kept describing it for 36 years, whether or not anyone noticed, whether or not the culture was ready to acknowledge what it was seeing. That is what good art does. That is all it has ever done. It sees something real and describes it clearly enough that others can recognize the description when they encounter the reality. The Simpsons has been seeing something real about America for 36 years. The predictions are just the accumulated evidence of the clarity of the seeing. And the seeing continues. Good night, Springfield. Good night, wherever you are.